Good afternoon. I usually say good morning, but it's good afternoon, everyone. Hi, Tony. You managed to get first. I will redeem first in your honor, and there you go. So, yay. We got to do the boops. There it is. Hi. I slept in. I'm sorry. Wow. We have snuck at a 10 stream streak. Wow. Congratulations. And Doge has a 5 stream streak. Congratulations. Also, good morning. Hello. Hi. Good afternoon. So, you had it right the first time. I forgot to set my alarm, which was hilarious because I woke up this morning at like 2 o'clock in the morning. So I went to bed at, I think either 9:30 or 10 o'clock. One of the two. I went to bed early last night. Early for my standards. So I went to bed early and I managed to actually fall asleep relatively quickly, which is weird for me. It normally takes me like, ooh, sorry, music. It normally takes me, I would say, like almost a half hour to an hour to fall asleep sometimes. I think I was out in like maybe 10, which is good. But then I woke up at 2 o'clock in the morning and I was like, why am I up? What's going on? And I was like wide awake. Like, has anyone else experienced this where your body for some reason is just like, I hate you right now. You no sleep. And then you're like, wake up wide awake. And you're like, at the most inappropriate time. But that's what happened to me. I was awake from 2 o'clock in the morning to like almost 6, I want to say. And then I completely forgot because I was like, okay, I'm going to have to remember to set my alarm because I'm not going to want to wake up because I was awake for like 3 hours over the night. And lo and behold, I completely forgot. But I did sort my Notion. So there's that. I was trying to do stuff that was like low mental engagement. And so I sorted my Notion out. Yeah, little admin work. And so I made it kind of Voxel. Hi Voxel, how are you doing? And so I kind of like made like my new dashboard. I set up like the Minecraft page. I set up the BitCraft page. I set up like a Warframe page, stream page, like all these different like game pages. That way I can like keep notes. And so like if people haven't used Notion, I personally find it to be pretty amazing because it's a personal Wikipedia. You can like make pages, go to pages and like link things back and like for someone who's so chaotically disorganized, it really does help. I find myself now, if I'm like taking a note for something, dropping it in Notion. We use Notion at work. I love it. Others hate it. What? Like, okay, at first I hated it because of how complicated it was. But after watching like, I think probably good like 30 to 40 hours. Yes, 30 to 40 hours of tutorials. I finally like got the hang of it, but more so I don't even use the things that I learned because like I learned how to make like habit trackers and graphs and pretty things, and I don't use them. I just use /page and take notes. So Tony says, I know like okay. I forgot that we were going to be playing BitCraft today, so I can actually switch over to game because then we can keep talking. Nope. Thanks, game. Music. You go. Pause. I made my own automation until it broke and too lazy to fix. Do you use the AI for Notion at all? I'm curious about that because I thought about trying to do it a little bit, and then I was like, yeah. I'm like, welcome to the settlement. I have no idea what we were doing. So I think we were working on those. Oh, we were working on getting the house sorted as well. Yeah, that was a thing. I'm gonna work on this while we talk, because I need to get it done. Okay. I used it once for making a bug report best practice page, just to kind of like get started with making it. We also use it to come up with some quest names for. See, I use Chat GPT for like randomized stuff. So when I was doing Dice and Daggers, Dice and Dangers, I think Dice and Daggers was its old name, and now I called it Dice and Dangers. But when I was doing Dice and Dangers, which is my own little roleplay tabletop online thing that we can play, I would do like a randomized table of like 100 items, and like that AI is great for, or inspiration. But at one point I was like, help me make I think it was a habit tracker. Help me make a habit tracker on the Notions AI. And the Notions AI went off and did some sort of weird thing. It did its thing. And so next thing I knew, I had like this weird grid on my on the page, and with like very generic like prompts or like habits. And I was like, no, thank you. I'm just gonna watch a YouTube tutorial. And I made my own, and then I don't use it. So I'm not against AI, but using it is like, I don't know. I don't tend to use it. But Notion, like, it says that like you can make it do pages and organize stuff, and I'm like, that sounds amazing, but maybe it's because I'm particular and I'd want like a graph in a certain way, or like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm particular. I don't know. I have no idea. I like actually decorating spreadsheets. I'm that nerd that when we were doing like World of Warcraft. Wait, what is this? Oh, it's mom. Mom should be getting online. Streaming early. I told her in 15 minutes, but I actually couldn't finish my breakfast, and so I decided to get on early. AI has limited case while still being efficient. Yeah. But okay, she says she's on her way. Mommy! Mummies. Mama dearest. Ah! No! No, nose. Nose. Okay, I think I got it. But yeah, so I love making spreadsheets. So when we were playing World of Warcraft and we had a guild and we had a raid team, I usually ended up making the spreadsheets look pretty. And so like I would organize the data. Like I'm great at organizing information and data. And then we had someone else that would code. I think it was like API, like if you clicked on like an item, it'll take you to Wowhead. And then it would have a list of drop downs, which ultimately, after watching it or playing with it for a little bit, I could have pretty much done, because you put it in the input page, you put your information, and then you can like call back to it. And so I started also learning to do like Google spreadsheets for a while, but I just like making data look pretty. So I don't go over the top with it. I just like organize it in such a way that it's presentable and not like clustered. There's a big learning curve, I think, to using AI efficiently, partly because of the negative connotation it has. Yeah, and also people are too lazy to think. Prompting AI makes you think about exactly what you want. There's people that are getting paid to be AI prompters. Cow is very good at doing AI prompts. And he tried to teach ChatGPT how to play Dungeons and Dragons. And it sort of works, but it has no memory retention. So it knows like sort of how to play, but if you ask it to like refer back to a character sheet, it doesn't understand what you're talking about. It makes up a random like stat. So once AI gets to the point where they can access data like an actual memory bank and connect the dots, then I think it's going to still have like learning curves. But once it can do that, then I think it's going to be a lot easier to like get prompts going, because a lot of times it really just doesn't know like how to correlate. I made a fancy spreadsheet for keeping track of personal bests when I was trying to get better at kart racing games. That's awesome. I can picture the spreadsheet in my mind right now of like how I would decorate that with like personal bests and then like track and time and then have it like organized out. Like I can just picture it. I can picture it. Mm-hmm. There is actually an Excel. Oh shoot, what is it called? I can't think what the full name of it is, but it's essentially a tournament of people making Excel sheets. And it's the best thing to watch. The one that I watched, the tournament, was the final was actually using EVE Online data to make the spreadsheet. It was riveting. Like, I was just surprised. I was surprised how entertaining it was. And it also taught me a little bit about spreadsheet, like actual code. It's more coding than making things look pretty, the tournament type thing. So you have like a bunch of data and then you have to like make sure like you have to follow this criteria. And it's really cool. I'll have to find it and like link it somewhere. It needs a database and instructions for the database. Yeah. They can, but you can't use ChatGPT for that. You need to make your own database for that stuff. Oh. Interesting. You can set up connections to your Google Drive and give it instructions to pull from the drive when prompted, but there are better ways to connect a database. Though MCP? I'm not sure what MCP is. Mom! Hi, Mom. How are you? Sorry, I kind of like cut off your message because I was like, you were talking about the stuff, and then I was like, I can't interact with this right now. I'm streaming. Mom with a 5 stream. Hey, look at that. Sorry, nerdy AI stuff. I like nerdy AI stuff. I like learning about it, but for me to actually implement it, I think is a little different. Like I want to know when someone was talking about an AI agent or an agent AI or something like that. It sounded really awesome. Like it sounded like you could have like a personal assistant almost. And I was like, that seems really cool. That actually seems like really like useful. But then I'm like, I have no idea. From there, I'm like, meh. That was okay. Oh, okay. I'll read it later. Because I know you said something about like important stuff. But yeah, so like also the thing with AI at this point, which I had this entire conversation with Cow about AI protections, because there are no protections on AI data right now. And so a lot of people are like giving AI personal information, like addresses, full names, social security, and like trusting it to like be safe. And it technically has no like rules and like law behind it right now. So it's like the wild, wild west of the internet again. And it's like one of those things where I was trying to think about using it as a personal assistant, because like that's the thing I need the help the most with is like regulating my time and like figuring stuff out. And I'm like, that would be giving AI too much of my personal information. Like that to me would be like, I'm like, okay, I can use it on like a professional front, but on a personal front, like I can't do that. And especially in this household, because we are under like strict classification rules of like stuff here. So I have to be careful what I say, I have to be careful what I do, all that kind of stuff. These regulations for sure. Yep, it's scary. It is. And there was like a video that I was watching. It was a really good series. And it was, this guy has like different AIs and a jailbreaked AI, and like they interact with each other, and he talks about the limitations of AI and how it's now broken. And then we have another AI who is specifically in like marketing, who understands like numbers, and he's been working on these like, I guess, personal databases for like a while. And one of them is like his girlfriend and acts like his girlfriend. And I'm like, this is so fascinating. It was a really good video. It's a YouTube channel. I'll have to like, I think I'm subscribed to it. But it's a really, really good, like, it makes you think. Do I have it as, I'm sure it's something with AI in the title. If not, well, oof. I don't actually subscribe to a lot of YouTube channels, so yeah, no, I don't know. AI girlfriend. Oh, wait, no. Giving AI a body. There it is. Inside AI. That's what it's called. There we go. Inside AI. This is what I ended up watching. They actually have a new video out, apparently. Interesting. But yeah, it's a fascinating channel. Absolutely fascinating. Oh, I meant to do this. I'm swapping how I read chat. I'm going to interact because like I realized that yesterday I missed a couple of YouTube messages because where I look at chat, I have two chats. I have a multi-chat and I have just Twitch chat, because then I can like type in. For some reason, I can't type in YouTube unless I actually go to the YouTube page. But because I've realized I missed some YouTube messages, I'm like, okay, I have to like switch which one I actually read from now. And I can scroll in this one where I can't scroll in the other one. That's the reason why we didn't have custom private chat channels in BitCraft for so long. If we added those without security, then since space-time database is a database, anyone could pull those messages even if they appear private. Oh, that's interesting. Technically, local chat suffers from that right now as well, since it's not private when it can feel like it should be. So we want to fix that. Yeah, I've seen plenty of people pull conversations from like region chat and local chat, because you can just look it up, and so they make a bot to like, or they just go into the, I don't know how the back end works, but all I know is there's chat data and people can pretty much spy on anyone they want. Local run AI are too data hungry, unfortunately, to be as smart as the latest models, but you could run a few locally for simple stuff, especially if they're instructed well for privacy. I would be interested. 11 days, McFluffin. Hello, how are you? I know, it's been 11 days since I played. I was out last week, super not feeling well. And then I didn't play over the weekend because I was busy playing Warframe with Cow. I played Hightail one weekend and then I played Warframe with Cow. And then yesterday I played Warframe. And so, yeah, bad bug going around. It unfortunately, I wish it was a bad bug. Unfortunately, it was that time of the month and it kicked my butt. But I probably would have gotten... actually, no. I was gonna say I probably would have gotten over it quicker. But I think it wasn't too bad. It was 5 days, like rough 5 days. But and then I would like anytime I go outside, I get sick. Anytime. There was one day where I woke up with a really sore throat. I think it was like a weekend. So I hadn't been streaming. If I wake up on Friday with a sore throat, that's normal. Because I'm talking 7 hours, usually 7 hours, for 4 days straight. And so Friday, my day off, I wake up and I'm like, oh, I have such a sore throat. And so that's typical. But I think it was like Sunday morning. I woke up and I had like a really sore throat. And I was like, oh no, I'm going to be calling out this week. Fuck, like, nah. And then so it actually didn't happen. And then when I woke up Monday, I was fine. And I was like, okay, I can stream. We can do this. So it was better like overnight. And then I think Cal was saying for work, he had like several people call out because they were sick. Which is funny because he interacts with people and then comes home. And so all like I use his body, I guess, as a filtration system. Oh no. No. It's a thing. I'm just watching my meters just go nuts. I'm at 9% dropped frames at this point. Ah, this sucks. I don't want to do a full internet restart. I don't know if people can even hear me or see me right now. Can I do a speed test? There we go. I think I unclogged it. I am back in the green. Okay. Yeah. We should be good. I'm watching stuff drop again, but it's not like as plummeting as it was before. I did a speed test and it like, I feel like it unclogged. Running a speed test unclogged my bitrate, I think. But, or it could have been twitching. They're also working next door, renovating. And sometimes if they're doing stuff, they tend to like hit a wire or they hit something that like takes the internet out, which sucks when that happens. But I think we're back. I think we are back. Okay. Hello, Sarada. I saw you making buckets from tier 5 flings. That was funny. Yeah. That was funny. I was actually surprised that video got any thumbs up. It does have a bad ratio though, which is funny. I was like, I expected that. I expected a lot of thumbs down. Okay. What are we? Okay, I think we're good. I also, okay, so I want to, the words are hard. I'm going to start doing like more shorts. I ended up buying the, what is that? Huh. I have like, I guess it's a rainbow from the sun reflecting off of a mirror or something. I don't know. Something like distracted me because like leaves were squirrel. So I ended up buying the DaVinci Studio, DaVinci Resolve Studio. It was $300. Oof. It was like, I'm going to be paying it back for a couple of months on my Twitch salary. But I need to set it up. And so I haven't set it up yet. And so I've been doing everything manually, and weirdly enough, it is slow, but I think I've gotten the hang of it, and I've made myself a template. And so because I have a template now, I think I can edit a video in probably like 20 minutes, and then it takes another like 20 to 30 minutes to do the subtitling. So I'm gonna start doing more of that. I have a video in the pipeline. It's not scheduled yet, but it should be coming out soon. I'm thinking I might do it like my shorts over the weekend and do it for days that I don't stream, because then days I stream, there's already content. But at the same time, I'm like, maybe eventually I can do like every other day if I have enough stuff. I like DaVinci, friendliest video editor I've used. I think it's one of the like you said, it's the friendlier video editor, but I feel like there's a lot more tutorials online for using DaVinci than there is for Adobe. And like Adobe is like hyper professional. Adobe Premiere is hyper professional. And there's like a lot that you can do with it. It is what it is. It's Adobe. But I like, one, I don't want to license something. I want to actually like own it, which with DaVinci Resolve Studio, you pay once and you have it, instead of like, oh, you have to subscribe to Adobe. Would you like to subscribe for $30 a month? No, thank you. I used to have an old copy of like Adobe Suite. But yeah, no, DaVinci is like, there's a lot of tutorials. It's super friendly. I got used to the AI, or not the AI, the UI pretty quickly. So yeah, at this point, I just need to, one, I need to figure out what content is good content. So I need to start making like stream markers more. Two, I need to figure out like a schedule for so one, I have to figure out what good content comes from, to make shorts, and then also when to put them out. And then on top of that, like just trying to figure out, I guess like the algorithm, I guess, is like, because I know shorts that aren't hyper related to a game and is like universal works out a lot better, and more people like interact with it. Because if you're talking about only the game, then they tend to like scroll past it, because it goes onto the shorts page, and the general populace is the one that usually like looks at the shorts, not so much the people in that category, unless it gets like searched for. So you have to find things that aren't just like specific. So like, I think my tier 5 planks was a little words. I just said it too. This is what happens. My brain just like doesn't want to say a word. It just doesn't. Specific. Yes. See? Can't. My mouth is just like, nope. So the buckets one was niche, and then the dance one was very generic. So anyone would understand what was going on. And I think that one so far has done the most views. Eat. So, and then actually no, the snowball one The Snowball one did the best. Snowball has done the best so far. Because everyone likes a cute dog. Okay. Having a usable free version for amateurs that doesn't lock basic features is great for fostering a community of tutorials. It's true. That is so true. It is unfortunately a little complicated to find some like really, really, really good tutorials though. Because some of the tutorials are like, you need DaVinci Studio. And it's like, I click away now. Because for the longest time I was using the free version. The tier 5 planks thing got shared in the game Discord and other socials, which I feel like did more for it than just being a short. Did it? I never saw that. Oh, it might have been like while I was sickies. I was gonna say, where did it... I don't know where it went. Where did it go? There's probably a forum that I don't, or a channel that I don't have like up. Because I know I put it in like region 9. I put it in a couple of places that are like player or yeah, player run. Yeah, I don't... Interesting. If you say... I was gonna say I don't see it. Curiosity. I know. Tony shared it around... Oh, Tony. Of course. Thank you. And I think the YouTube embedded in things like Discord is a bit better than just a Twitch clip. I agree with that, because being able to watch something on said platform and you don't have to... As soon as you have to click on anything, people don't do it. So I think it's like the 3-click rule for websites or something like that. Where if someone has to click more than 3 times to get to what they're looking for, like remap it or redo it, because no one's going to click more than that. It's something along those lines. There's like a golden rule of like interacting with stuff and like trying to simplify things as like much as possible. So, but yeah. I was trying to edit video. I was feeling horrible and I was doing my edits and it was like cheering me up. And then I didn't have anything to edit. And I was like, Tony, send me something to edit. And he was like, okay, here's the stream. And then I realized, like, I was like, how am I going to get the footage? I'm like, how do I get the footage? And so I have to figure out a way so that I can start editing videos for people, because I enjoy it. I really do, like, enjoy editing. And I want to do a long form video. I think when I hit 1,500 hours for BitCraft, I will make like I've played this game for 1,500 hours, and actually do it like as a long form video. I just don't know. Excuse me. I'm not good at scripts. So the snowball video was a tiny script. It was tiny. And it took me like almost 2 hours to come up with that tiny little script. I was like panicking. Like things just didn't sound right. I knew like as soon as I spoke it out loud, it was just not going to like have the inflection that I wanted. I took like 8 different takes of saying those lines and like getting the right like salesmanship kind of like extra excited car salesman kind of like tone, I guess I'm looking for. And so it took me forever to come up with like the script for it. And so like if people give me stuff and is like, hey, I'd like you to edit this, and I'd be like, okay, on it. But if I have to come up with it, I'm like, it takes me forever. It takes me forever to come up with stuff to edit, which is really cool because everyone in chat for the tier 5 planks was like, make this a clip. And then there was something else that was like, make this a clip. And oh, it was the dancing. And so I was like, that's really helpful because then I can like remember like, oh, hey, this is good clip content. Oh my god, that's so sad. I got 1,500 hours 4 months ago. Just checked. Hi, Chaotic. How are you doing? Yeah, you like super no-lifed it. If I would have stayed at the same rate I was at the beginning, I probably would have been close to 2,000 hours now. But I've taken a lot of time off of playing BitCraft, and that was actually by choice because I didn't want to be like bored during streams. Because like if I was constantly playing and like constantly, I wouldn't like have that like, ooh, what was I doing? Okay, cool. We can do this and like work on this stuff because it was already like stuff that I would have done. And so, so I was trying to like consolidate into like wanting to play BitCraft and like using it as like a reward more than like, oh, this is a chore. I have to make planks again. I have to make buckets again. So, I have to figure out like what I'm doing a lot of times. I'm very bad at setting goals. I'm very bad at setting goals. I only got 100 hours on my character, but a few hundred more on Steam with in-game moderation stuff. Yeah, if you leave the game up on like Steam will count it. So I think I might have to go off of like BitChita because I think BitChita has your in-game time. Like when you were actually like in-game. So I might actually look at that and see. Cuz I think that's a lot lower. Actually, let's go check that out. BitChita. What am I looking for? Players? Ember. Total played 34 days, 5 hours. Total signed in. Wait, what? Total signed in 57 days, 6 hours. Oh, that must be like if I'm AFK. Because it says total played. Playing for 33 minutes. What? I don't understand this. Total signed in, total played. Wouldn't that be the same? Also, how much is... 57 times 24 is 1,300. Okay. I guess I could do a 1,000 hour video. I think those tend to be pretty much the exact same as like 1,500. I think. 820 for you then played. Yeah, that's what I was like, what's the difference of logged in and played? Logged in and played. Was I AFK for what, days on end? The time played matches up with our customer support tool of time played. I'm not sure what the time signed in means. Yeah. And then on Steam, it says I have like 1,400 hours. So yeah, I don't know. So many different ones. But yeah, if the actual data says 820 hours, then that's what I'm going to believe. Because, I mean, you has the data. Here, data. But, ow. I hit my hand off of the microphone. But yeah, so I think in general, trying to figure out stuff that should be edited would be good. Also, I haven't actually looked at this last patch, so I need to do that at some point. Also, I need to figure out when the next BitCast is. Because we're doing it once a month, and we just did the January one. We did January one early, but that was because we had such a big patch with the Christmas stuff. And I was going to do it every 2 weeks, but like we'd run out of things to like talk about because it would be the same thing as like it'd only be like a patch. So I think just doing it once a month is probably better. That way we can run through like an entire like three patches worth of content. We're almost done with this. This was a large process. I also think that I'm... Oh, I am in cloth. Okay, I'm just not using crafting food. Besides bug fix, the biggest thing is that using a deployable from the action bar can both deploy and recall the deployable. Yay! Also, hi Lutra! That's... okay. Yay! I'll have to test that out. I think I have my second bar set up. Yeah, I have my second bar set up for prospecting and deployable stuff. But yeah, I'll have to go over the patch and see. And like bug fix, I think focusing on bug fixes for patches is absolutely phenomenal. A lot of people are going to be like, oh, well, there's not much to do. There's not much content. But it has to get addressed. Like, what was it? The data debt? Someone said at one point. I forget who said that. I think it was Telleril. And like, I'm like, yeah, if you stockpile, eventually you're just going to pile up, and then, So the fact that this last one, and I think with the channel, the official channel, tech debt, that's what it is, tech debt. With the, like, what, the quality of life and bug report channel, like, I like seeing what people were interacting with on like a bug level. I was like, I don't have that bug. Like, I've never seen that. And then it was just very interesting. Like the different levels in which like people have different things happening to them. And I was like, okay. And it was like, it was very interesting to see. And then of course, like the quality of life changes that people wanted. I was like, oh, yay. I kept promoting, kept every single stream. I kept promoting that channel because I was like, go interact with it. It is great. And I think it's down now because you guys took it down. Me and Lutra learned that dueling was broken the other day from Tony. Been broken for months. Not a single report about it. Huh. Did you all consider making it the deployable recall instead? Oh my god, I'm sorry to my bad. I never dueled. I don't think I've ever dueled. Yeah, I don't think I've ever dueled. But that's funny. I think... I was gonna say, I think that's, well, like one of the few things that I haven't touched. Yeah, we worked on no duels. Well, they did the tournaments. Who was it? There was a group that did the Coliseum and they had a tournament. And that's what they dueled. But I guess no one had done that anymore. It does swap to recover if you're outside of figure range. Wait, what? Wait, what? Does this work? Stand over here. Do we have... Yes! Yes, it's back! Yay! Thank you, BitCraft gods. Yes. I know the other one was more realistic. Much more realistic, but... Yes. Thank you. Collectible. Oh wait, can I put this on my... I think I can, right? Nope. How does this work? How do I... No. How did I do that? Deployables. Oh, what? How do I do this? I thought it was just drag and drop. Oh, Oh, right. Abilities. Aha. Cart. Cart? Did I lock it? I think I might have locked it. Cart. There you go. That's what you were asking for, right? Eh. Boop. It works. Nice. His works. Okay. That is amazing. Yeah, so something that it irks me, and I think me only, is that these need to swap in my mind, like having the character being the first thing here and then like everything else to deal with the character. And I forget that this exists. But if I like look down here, I'm like, ah, no, character should be first. Graphically, it works. Run away from it and try again, please. Like far away. Okay. Hit G. Quest log! I saw, yeah, the dev stream about this. This was the... Yes. Yes. Not started. Huh. Interesting. I wonder... Is it... I could have sworn I've done these already. I could have sworn I've done those already. I know I haven't done any of my Hearth stuff. Not all the progress got carried up. Got it. Floof! It's a floof! Hi, Floofy! Okay. Tony wanted me to test. Test. Boop. Okay. And then, if I go like all the way over here, is this far enough? Oh no. Outside render distance. Oh. Oh, okay. That's a ways. Hi, Jackal. You're going to eat my face. Yeah, you are. Oh, pots. I have to click on those. Remind me when I get back. Still in render distance. Still in render distance. Come on. And I can still see the kiln. Is this far enough? Oh, hi. Nope. Okay. Okay. I saw the thingies disappear. So. Boop. Recover. Ribo, hello. Is this supposed to do that? Is that what happens? Is this what I'm testing? Is down to 45. We'll run out. Oh. Yeah, that was the thing. Nice. 99. So, CSB Leatherworks Tier 1, Tier 2 claim in Region 9 is down to 45 supplies and will run out in 5 hours. That is a Caesar thing, right? Caesar, TNT. Let CSB know about that. Okay. I have tested. Yay! I like started making jokes where I'm like, things need to be cat proof. Because I get distracted with stuff, or I don't read something properly, and then I get frustrated and I'm like, man, this sucks. Like, I'm frustrated, and it's because it's user error.
So, who broke?
Hi, buddy.
I'm not mad. I just want to know.
Yeah, that was that. I did.
I did.
Yep. Hi, buddy. I'm molasses. Yep, molasses. But I have a feeling I was gonna die. There we go. I can gather that. Oh, hey, got a fang. Nice. I have 6 cats, so... Oh, you mean cat proof? Yeah. I posted, I think... Where did I post it at? I think it was Region 9. They have, like, an acrylic keyboard cover for cat proofing your keyboard, so like you can still use the keyboard and have a cat sitting on top of it. I thought it was pretty clever. I actually thought it was pretty clever. So that's a good sign that those ones have respawned. We'll have to check back and make sure that they have respawned. Okay, if I do this in render distance. Ooh, what happened to... We apparently have quicksand. We has quicksand. None of those players play anymore, so I don't think it can be resupplied. I thought anything that's... Oh, I was gonna say, I thought you could put stuff in anything. Or maybe not. Do you have to be a part of the settlement to put supplies in? You don't have to be part of that. Oh, okay. Well, if someone wants to go rescue it. Whenever a cat is hungry, jumps on my desk and gives me a head rubs, sometimes on my keyboard. Pay attention to me. I wonder if that works. I should do that to Cow when he gets home. And see if it works. Oh. I was like, I got badooped. But it was nothing important. But yeah, just like... walk up to Cow and be like, hey, and see if it works. I thought only if there's a payout can someone outside the settlement do it. Let's go check. Okay. I know I'm not part of this settlement, so... Wait, what did this say? Oh. I'm not part of this settlement. So let's go see. Experiment time! Boop! Also, my crown is still on. Boop. Epic. Oh yeah, I forgot. We managed to get the watchtower up here. Ribo, thank you again. So we managed to get the watchtower up here so that our settlement is fully in the Hearth. So. And I think we still have... Do we still have land down here? We still have land down here. Well, we still have land in Region 3. No one's really done anything with it. Okay. Maybe... So yeah, I'm not part of this. And, yeah. I can add stuff. There are some times where I think it glitches where I don't see any of this information. John, hello. Hello, my new friend. Would you like to learn me a thing? Learn me a thing? I like learning things. I like learning things. Also with BitCraft, you learn something every single day. Every single day you learn something new. Wormwood. very interesting layout. Definitely very interesting layout. It's actually like, I like the idea of having like a path and having something in the center, because it's open, but it's still decorated. Unlike mine, where I'm like, it's just open. I like open concepts. So I've just bought the game, going through the motions and such. Any suggestions on what I should be doing or what the game needs more of? Welcome to BitCraft. Follow the tutorial. We now have, if you hit G, you have quests. This is brand new. So I learned about this today. So quests, I highly recommend. I personally, because I'm an omni crafter, which means I craft, or I leveled up everything or touch everything in some way. I suggest getting stuff to level 20, like getting almost everything to level 20. That way you can also tell, it's like 20 has like a nice curve. It's not as steep as like, because everything's exponential. So getting to level 20 can take not that long. I would say like a day or two. And so it depends on like if you like are grinding at it constantly. Because there's some things like hunting where is it tends to be a little bit longer, but I think the XP is a bit higher than say like something that's easy. But get everything to level 20, then figure out what you enjoy doing. Voxel is right. People need more hunters. And berry gathering. I like berry gathering. I really like picking flowers. But don't dictate your whole playstyle on what others need. Make sure you're doing something you enjoy with your own goals to work towards. Exactly. There's also several different ways that you can play the game. And the most recommended would be to join a group or get a group of friends not playing solo. But you can play solo if you want. And so if you're interested in making your own settlement and stuff like that, you can. However, I think the math was to get a tier 10 settlement as a solo player would take 7 years or something like that. So it is definitely going to be like extremely difficult and grindy, way more than like any other part of the game. So I would recommend trying to find people to play with. That way you can kind of share the workload. And then I was gonna say you could be a traveler, but I would wait on that until like a little bit more happens. Because the travel system is good. We have carts that work really well, mounts that work really well. But it's not something that a lot of people do anymore. And what I mean by the travel system is just walking the map and taking a cart with you or taking a trade stand and like running resources. Now, if you do have a ship, people do ask for cargo to be shipped a lot of times. And so you can actually, if you like sailing, that's an option. But you can just be solo in an establishment. So like these tables, oh, hey, perfect timing. Wow. Okay. Thanks. These tables are open to anyone. And so anyone can come to my settlement. They don't have to be part of the settlement and use the tables. Yeah, it's a sandbox, so you gotta make your own goals. It's rough for me to make my own goals. It is. So I have to like come up with like random things. So anyone can use the tables anywhere. So you could check out a location, see if you like it, like give it a test drive. See if you like the people, or if you don't, you can just move to a next place. You don't have to actually commit yourself to being in one area. You can be part of many settlements. Where's the settlement key? There's the settlement key. So I have 2 right now. Ooh, I need to do something about that. Good thing I recognize that. But yeah, I be a part of as many settlements, but you only get one empire. I've played solo, traveling, and working on out of different settlements where I can sell stuff for a profit. There's a lot of times where people put up things called stalls, which are kind of like, they look like little markets, and you can sell stuff to them. And so there's people out there that are like, hey, I need 20,000 flowers. Can you pick 20,000 flowers, put it in the market, and make money from it? So it just depends on how you want to play. It is a very social game. So finding an area that you like or like and or has people is usually the best time. I moved regions. Like I moved from region 3, which is the map is huge, by the way, which is all the way down here. We are the very end of the map. So it's built like a numpad. So this is 3, and then actually let's start. So region 1 here is all the way on the left-hand corner. Hey, we got people these are empires, by the way. Seeing like Squirrel Kingdom is another streamer's Shocktor's Kingdom. Really awesome. So this is region 1. And then region 2, which is the center in between region 1 and region 3, which is at the very bottom, and then region 3. So I moved from region 3 all the way up, you can see my line, to region 9, because I wanted to be with people. The most populated area is region 5, which is the very center of the map. It has like Gerudian Kingdom, it has the Ottoman Empire, it has I thought not Purgatory. What was the other one? Tortuga? Oh, I think like they are just a town now. I'm in the wrong place. I was in region 8. But yeah, Gerudian Kingdom and then Ottoman Empire. Those are like the big ones. And then you can have like smaller places. The Towerborn, I think, is Windray? I think is Windray. But yeah. So this is the most people, because it's in the center. You are near Hearth Spire. The Empire? Hearth Spire Empire. I think region 8 is giving region 5 a run for their money population-wise these days. That's good. Okay. I missed this. You have real neighbors in this game with all the ups and downs that could entail. Yeah. Making friends is definitely important. Slight caveat though, settlements will certainly try to bait you into free item upgrades, etc. As tempting as it sounds, don't go the easy route, because that would be basically having others play for you. You'll just grind without having little victories of doing your own stuff, and will be completely confused because you don't get to learn the things properly. That is actually a pretty good tip, at least to begin with. Trying to interact with the mechanics is very, very, very important. But yeah, region 8 is where I accidentally went to, which is in between region 7 and 9. But we said Hearth Spire. Where is Hearth Spire? Hearth Spire. Is it a starter town or is it an empire? It is an empire. Oh, okay. Where is Hearth Spire? I could have sworn... It looks like I'm on a large almost island. There's a lot of islands. If you like islands, Very good. It's... I guess I could BitCraftonline Hearthspire. I don't think it's in region 3. So let's try... I can't find it. I might have to BitCrafton. Like Voxel said, BC Codex and BitCrafton. I'm referencing BitCrafton right now. BitCrafton knows what you had for breakfast. It knows what everyone had for breakfast. So understand that your information pretty much is just like out there so people can know what's in your inventory in your bank via BitCrafton. So that is a thing. I haven't used Codex yet. What is Codex? Unless I have. Oh, this is the recipe tracker. Yep. Also very useful. Very, very, very useful. Okay. So we're looking for empires. And we said it was Hearthspire. Oh, it's region 9. BitCrafton knows past, present, and future. It does. Okay. So you're in our region. Why can't I find it then? Why can't I find... I'm like oblivious. Ah! So, slate word. Yeah. I am over here. You were over here somewhere. But I am over here. Tony, who's an absolutely amazing human being and another BitCraft partner, is up here at Dark Tide. He does a lot of events. So if you're available on the weekends, they have Fishing Friday, Slayer Sundays, and random events, I think, are on Saturday. But I definitely know that they have Fishing Friday and then the Slayer Sundays. So if you're interested in that, definitely check it out. It's also one of the reasons I came up to Region 9. I moved to Region 9 because it's one of the friendliest regions. A lot of other regions that I've been to tend to be a little trolly, especially Region 3. Cough, cough. And so, extremely helpful. Region 9 is literally so inclusive to everyone, and like, I think that's the word I'm looking for. It might not be the right word, but it's friendly. They help. There's a lot of great settlements. Yeah, you're in a good region. We will take good care of you. We will take very good care of you. Okay. What is this? Region 9 has one of the better region. Their region is missing a biome. I think a lot of people banded together under the shared hardship, trauma bonding. And then you have me who ruined it by making buckets. In my defense, I started in Region 3. We have blah, 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 blah. We've also got all our fighting out of the way early and then unionized. I think there are a lot of people that tend to get bored and start problems. So yeah, there are some regions out there that are dealing with that. So Region 6 is pure vibes. I've been to Region 6 several times fishing, and they are really good people, but also tends to be a little weird. tiny bit. I know I'm not really, but obviously I'm brand new, but anything you guys specifically need. Us or like Region 9 as a whole, hunting is always, always, always welcome. A lot of people don't tend to like hunting. So like hunting is only level 45. I have 60 in most everything else. Hyper important actually. Before I forget, tasks. Where? Oh, hey, new book. I'm like clicking where I thought the tasks would be. Tasks are very, 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 very important for getting personal stuff. So there's a personal cache, which is better than a bank. This is something that you unfortunately can't move once you place it. So if you pick it back up, all the supplies drop out of it. But you get mounts that way. You get your personal cache by doing quests. You get boats by doing the tasks. And then I'm trying to think of what else is like hyper important from tasks. Getting level 35 taming to get the ox is highly recommended. Getting level 20 for a skiff in sailing, highly recommended. Getting your personal cache. Once you get your personal cache in your house, I think you're pretty much done with that particular task series. And then Rampart, if you like using different weapons, to get the crossbow, you have to be level 30, I think. So to use the crossbow is one of the highest dealing damage weapons in the game. Each weapon actually has its own thing that it does. And so when you come down here and look at the abilities, they do different things. You don't need to do tasks. Yeah, I was gonna thank you, Fox. So each weapon does different things. And so spear and shield, you'll hear a lot of people ask for that for tanks and stuff like that. Also, hi Ravy. Good morning. And so, actually, let me go here. So professions are things that you personally level up. So these are like your crafts, and then skills are your tasks. And so construction, you can actually level up by doing the task or making holes, making towers, anything that's interacting with the terraforming. And to do terraforming, you pick up a stick off the ground, and then you go into build menu, which is B. I like saying Terra or T-E-R-R. It's just easy for me to like search for stuff. And then terraforming dig site. You'll put it on the ground anywhere pretty much that doesn't have a resource. And then you can like build up and make holes. There's a lot of people that use this for roads, and they make some pretty impressive stuff. So terraforming, you can do that. You can also make furniture. So if we go into my house, all these chests, stuff like this is construction. So you can make furniture. That also helps. You can also build tables, houses, anything that essentially is like making something is construction. So that's an easy way to level it. There are people out there who have extremely high construction just from digging holes. Cooking, almost self-explanatory. Cooking you can do by cooking stuff. So pretty easy. Or you can do the tasks. Merchanting. There we go. Cat, speak right. Merchanting actually has no horizontal component or outside of doing tasks component, so you have to unfortunately just do tasks to get your merchanting up. Sailing. We have a new system for sailing, which is the flotsam. So you go out onto the ocean, and almost like how this is here. Oh, hey, flying fish. There's going to be things. Actually, do I has? I might have a couple. If not, oh yeah, I do. So you get these, the Lost Shipment. There's 3 different levels. There's level 1, which are tiny. Level 20, which are a little bit bigger, and then level 50, which are huge. And you have to have each sailing to be able to interact with them. So you can go out, do sailing, get these. Picking them up gives you experiencing. Open them gives you experiencing, and stuff like that. Then also, one last thing. Taming does not have anything outside of doing quests. So, or doing tasks rather. Slayer, you kill any hostile mob and you get Slayer points. So doing dungeons give you Slayer. Killing jackals, killing bears, killing anything that will attack you gives you Slayer. Anything that is passive, so deer, boars, oxes, all that stuff is under hunting, and which is what is the most valuable skill to have. Would I need to start walking towards you guys, or is there a teleport system? There is a teleport system. However, you have to actually go to the town to unlock it. So, you said you're up here. I can come get you, and then we can sail. Or you can, I think the closest thing to us is Kindleborough. And then I can escort you from Kindleborough down. Or if you're interested in just kind of making the trek yourself, it is good to unlock and experience the map. Just depends. You're on Slateward. Slateward is up here. Yeah, let's do this. Where did... Was it this? I think it was this. Was there a way to get out of here? I don't know. Maybe. Okay. What do I have in my inventory? Oh, I have a lot of stuff in my inventory. So, something that is very, very important. Is Fisher's Light your main settlement? Yes. Eventually I will turn it into the Adventurers Guild. Once I get stuff up and running for it. So something very important, there is a teleport system. You get points over time. So right now I have 97 points because I went up to a settlement to the north and then I came back down. I get 1.04 an hour. So it's very slow. And so what is highly recommended if you're going to travel somewhere, if the more stuff you have, the more points it costs. The further you go, also the more points it costs. So if you have a lot of stuff and you're going really far, it's going to be a lot of points. However, if you have like 1 thing or 0 things in your inventory, it tends to be a lot lower. And then you can also teleport if something's closer. So we are going to Slateward. You can also interact with the map. And if you hit shift, right click, if something has a waystone, you can just teleport. However, if you do that, it doesn't tell you how many teleport points it costs. So if you're trying to monitor how many teleport points you have, this will just take it. It won't tell you. The other thing is these are the waystones. These are our teleport system. Waystones tell you the point cost. It doesn't necessarily... I think it's by what's closest to you. So I tend to have to search a lot. So it's 7 points to get to Slateward. We're going to click on that and hit teleport. There's a river that goes all the way through. Nice. That's what I thought. We did that the other day. Oh, hey, we has peoples. Peoples. Hey, I see John. Hello, everyone. This is the busiest I've seen a Starter Town in a while. Moogs. Hello. There we go. I'm learning shortcuts for emotes. You hit shift and then 1 is wave. Shift 2 is excited, cheery. I think this is the, yeah, come here. The point. And then there are, I'm covering them, but if you go to the very bottom, you can click on this face and it gives you the emote list as well. Or you can go into your vault and go here. Oh, they have pictures now. Yay. And then see emotes. Can you not set to hotbar? Can you? Can you not? This. Right? No. This one is a drag, right? I can drag and drop this one. Ooh, I clicked. No. Unless someone else knows a way, but I don't think so. I think emotes are still not. But yeah. I'm missing a lot. So yeah. There is a social system. So you have chat. That is... I'm covering chat right now. There is also, if you hit O, a social window, you can add people. This is... Oh, no. How do I do this? Add that. Add person. Add. It doesn't give you a notification. So you can pretty much add anyone you want. And then it tells them if they're online. They do have channels, so private channels that people can join. I barely ever use mine. Good morning, Hrothgar. Hi, I finally caught up. Gotta wait 2 hours to speak, but hello, friends. Oh, that is interesting. I'm sure it's like a way to stop chat or stop bots. Friends in this game are more like following someone on a social media platform. Yeah, it's not a two-way agreement. Yep. If you are concerned about that, you can click here and go private, and then it will show you always offline. So, but BitChita always knows when you're awake or asleep or what you've eaten. So, yeah. Something I would recommend. I think I was gonna say you've done Heart Quest, right? At least some of it. Getting to... Oh, it's gone. It's gone. Guys, it's gone. At least getting to... this part, like the empowered part. So getting the basic heart done, I suggest doing like here at the starter town, because then once you go somewhere else, then it changes locations. So, we'll have some visibility restrictions in the upcoming future. Yay! If we hide it in game, we don't want BitChita to know. You'll need to do that then. Yep, that is perfectly fine. So, does it show completed quests? Completed. You probably... Yes. So this is what we'll have to do. You haven't reached 20 in anything yet. That's perfectly fine. That is perfectly fine. So, hence, I think getting to level 20 in something, if you focus on it, really doesn't take very long. I was gonna say, I think I got level 20 like the first day. I don't know how many hours. It's been forever since I like restarted. Interesting. But yeah, there are like things that you can do to like power level, which I don't recommend. Would be mining like rocks. You see these rocks are mineable, and then just leaving the stuff on the ground, and then keep going and leaving stuff on the ground. I don't recommend it because resources is like the key part of this game. So I hoard everything or sell everything. The saggy birds, you can, this is what you would do for hunting. And so you would want to go out, kill saggy birds for hunting. People tend to, there's no such thing as like true power leveling, but leaving stuff on the ground and not actually taking it back to town tends to be a little power level-y-ish in that sense. So you can do stuff like that if you are really like needing to get to a higher rank like quickly. Also, something that once you get into the higher tiers, if you say like I'm tier 6 on some of my stuff, if I go to a tier 6 node, I will get more experience. If I go to a tier 1 node, or is it the same now? Is it the same now? Or is it still like the higher tiers is like more experience? Because I know I had this conversation about rare drop rates. Okay, higher tiers are more experience. That's what I thought. So I'm pretty low on most of my stuff. I probably could have had stuff in the 80s by now if I didn't focus on tier 1, tier 2 stuff. So yeah, once you get to a higher level, doing stuff like that. Professions, follow the tutorial. It'll help you unlock your gear. So right now, getting your heart is very important. That's something that if you go to a different location, you'll have to travel all the way back to do. So it's good to do that at a starter town. If you want to speedrun tutorial right now, if you just get to level 20, do your heart, we can transfer or take you wherever you want to go. But yeah, I take it slow. Enjoy the game. We are here. We have like the 1,000 hours people. We enjoy helping new players a lot. For me personally, I like seeing people happy, but also like getting that little bit of like nostalgia of like learning the new experience over again is so nice. I'll stay here and watch while I level and such. Yeah. Take it easy. Take your time. Figure out what you enjoy doing, I think is the biggest thing. If you like Gamba, if you like Gamba at all, rolling gear is probably the biggest thing. So the gear system is a little different than like other MMOs. It's still the same in which you have to tier stuff up to use it. So I'm tier 7, I have a tier 6 rod, so etc. Gear has different, well actually everything has different rarities. So if you, I think I have all of them. Yes, I do have all of them. Okay, so this is a tier 3, which means technically like level 30. And so this is a common item. Under the sturdy woven cap at the top, you can see the word common. You can also tell by the frame, the border is very like plain. The party hats Gamba went hard. People spent so much money on that. Also pets. Pets are another thing. So this is common. And so common gear, very easy. It's your baseline. You go into uncommon, which is next. It goes tier 1 and tier 2 common. And then, or sorry, tier 1 is common, tier 2 is uncommon, tier 3 you can get, no. Tier 1, tier 2 are common. Tier 3 is rare, right? I don't roll gear very often. But either which way, common, uncommon, rare. Tier 2 is uncommon. Okay, that's what I thought. Tier 3 is rare. So this being uncommon, it's a tier 4 uncommon. So like there's 2 factors. The rarity matters the most out of like what you'll get from your gear. Of course, you're going to need like for tools, you're going to need to rank it up or tier it up as you tier up your stuff. Like I could be using a tier 6 hoe right now because I'm level 60. I have tier 5 most everything. Ribo, still thank you very much for my epic fishing rod. So getting epic is kind of like where you want to be. That is like the sweet spot of getting the most out of your tools. You can also go higher than that, which is mythic and legendary, legendary and mythic. But it's something like more of like an end goal that I would say for people, Getting epic is kind of like baseline. Getting there, even having some rares. But yeah, the rarity system is what really, really, really matters gear-wise. So then you go to rare, which, like we said, was tier 3. Tier 4 is when something has the chance to hit epic. So a lot of people will roll something up to tier 4 and chance getting epic. And then, depending if they are a higher enough level, they'll go tier 5, tier 6. Because every single time you tier it up, there is a chance that it goes to the next rarity. But it only goes once. So it jumps 1. So yeah, that's the equipment and tiering up system. There's also different actual clothing or equipment stuff that you can put on. So here, hi Surf, how are you? This is woven, so cloth clothing. It helps with, and it shows you, can I touch it? Oh, so close. I'm so close to being able to touch it. But this right here tells you crafting and building. And so building is also like construction. So cloth gear helps with your craft speed and building speed. Leather gear helps with vault. The leather. Convert to deed. Let me grab plate while I'm at it too. Plate. Convert to deed. And then dual. Convert to deed. Okay. So what you see me doing here is a way that you can store your gear without having to go back to your house or go back to your bank. So when you have items like this, it's equipment only, or cosmetic stuff like pets, or if you get masks, stuff like that, you can put in the vault. Deployables also go into your vault. Emotes also go into your vault. So, we're gonna go here. Let's pull this up here more. So leather is movement speed and gathering. So this is really good if you're just out and about and you're like gathering flowers, anything that you interact with to bring back home is gathering. Movement speed. It's nice because most MMOs, the downtime in the game is the travel time. So that kind of speeds that up. There's also potions that you can get, but that's a little bit more like later down the road. Plate is armor. So plate is more so if you're doing Slayer stuff out in the overworld, so you can like survive giant bears and alpha jackals and stuff like that. Plate has a lot of armor. Once you get higher tiers of leather, it kind of is like the same. Cloth, I end up dying a lot. And then we have specific Slayer gear, which is the duelist set, which is combat and strength. So you do more damage. You're kind of more like a glass cannon at that point, wearing the duelist gear. So yeah, those are the different types. And like I said, I'm wearing cloth. So crafting, gathering, combat, and dungeons and stuff like that. There's also, if you're tanking in dungeons, like we were talking about earlier, using a sword and shield with plate gear tends to be recommended. Duelist is your just heavy damage dealer. But yeah, so you saw me pull these out of the vault, which was right-clicking and doing convert to deed. To put them back in your vault, you also right-click and add to vault. And so you can take them in and out. These are all clothing stuff that you can get. So different stuff for doing different achievements or crafts, stuff like that. Everything, I think it's here. So Mason, getting Mason 60 in Masonry, I'll unlock a new outfit. So that's also something if you are into fashion. Check out what outfit you like, and that's also it tends to be a good goal. So I know people who have wanted the pink outfit and they just do Mason because they got their pink outfit and then they go on to the next outfit they want. So that's also something that helps with making goals in this game. So yeah. What else? Did I forget anything? I saw... And if you like large wardrobes, level everything. That's true. What is this? 20,366,000 coins on Party Hat Gamba. Wow. So if you ever need to like level out the economy, just give us Gamba. That's so funny. Drop rate on rares is criminal. Got about 300 party hats altogether, and all I got was a single rare. Oh, geez. The good parties are hard to find. That's funny. What are the hieroglyphs? That is used for Scholar. Scholar is probably one of the most complicated professions in the game. Scholar is required to make potions, to... I'm making sure that people can see. There we go. There we go. Scholar. Is used for potion making, for codex making. Codexes are what is required to level up settlements, or to even make a settlement in the first place, and to level up your player housing. Scholar takes something from every single profession. So you would have to... I have my Scholar very high because I was the founder of a settlement, so having to get the codexes together to craft them, to make the settlement, and to tier up the settlement is why I got Scholar so high. People do Scholar just for potions. There are some really, really, really nice potions out there if you use the prospecting system. The Berserker mushrooms give craft speed. And where is it? Abilities down here. So Berserker mushrooms, I think is 30% craft speed. And or gives you a ring, which is passive stamina regen. And then if you do the ancient relics, is a +2 in a skill for 24 hours, I think. So these are very useful to, like, it's a horizontal gameplay, which means that these kind of are standalone things that are just like flavor. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize I was covering it. But yeah, prospecting or relics and mushrooms. The relics that you see out and about, the little obelisk-y kind of tablets, those you pick up and can be used to help with Scholar. I think it's the only thing it is. So you don't have to break it down or anything. You don't have to modify it. They're carvings. They are what they are. And they're primarily used for codexes. Now, the tree bark is something that you'll get from chopping down trees. That is used also with parchment in Scholar. So, where is... If I remember correctly, Scholar is there. Ah! I'm out of food. Thank you, window. So, you have like parchment. This is to help with codexes. Also, if you're interested in trying to figure out how things correlate, once you get it unlocked, you can go to Compendium and click on stuff. This is also a way to track items. So Compendium and tracking items, highly important. The thing is you have to touch it to unlock it or to track it. So tracking all these items, this is very, very helpful if you're looking for something specific. It also goes in order of what you touch, not of the tier. So make sure it's kind of careful. You can also, okay, interesting. Go based on tier here, which is, I do it sometimes, but for the most part, I broke it. I just end up scrolling and looking for what I need or hit search. You can do the same thing with creatures. You can track creatures. So I hit track and you can see on my mini map, it popped up where the bird is. Super useful for hunting. But yeah, so you can also hit this arrow and it will pull up the compendium, what this item is. So simple parchment. To obtain it, it tells you kind of the recipe. It needs 2 bark. And then it will also tell you Scholar Station, what tier is required. So this is tier 2. And then you'll make the parchment. If you go to use, it'll show you what this is used in. So this is the power that I was talking about from doing the prospecting. So prospecting gives you ancient relics. And so you'll do that, and then you'll craft one of these, and you can get tailoring power +2, which is all the way at the bottom. So it's really good for getting scrolls and stuff like that. But using shift right click on everything is going to be your best friend. Absolute best friend. You can do it with almost everything. It's most useful for deployables. So if I have my deployable out, if I right click, I equip it, shift right click, and I can view storage, collect vault. So this is going to be your main like interact function, which will be shift right click. So if you're confused on anything, you can use the arrow, open it in compendium. There used to be, where did that, nope. So many windows. Eventually I'll hit the right one. If I right click, there used to be a compendium button here. But now you have to alt and left click to open it. So if you're looking for a shortcut for compendium, it's alt and left click. And then it tells you how to obtain it. This is like the recipe system, or you can use websites like we were talking about earlier. BC Codex is a really good one where you can find recipes. Recipes tend to get confusing because it goes tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5, tier 6, tier 7, tier 8, tier 9, tier 10. Tier 10 currently is the top. But to make something tier 3, usually you have to make something that's tier 2 and tier 1. So it's like a pyramid. Everything is a pyramid, and it's resources, you're going to need the most tier 1 resources. So gathering everything as a new player is extremely useful. Every item in this game is something that someone or something will use. And so picking flowers, getting berries, rares are very important. And so doing tier 1 stuff, you might not feel like it's helpful being like, no one wants tier 1 stuff when something's tier 8. No, that is usually what sells the most on the market, except for flint and sticks. That is true. Flint and sticks sticks are only useful for terraforming after doing the tutorial. Searching is the way to go, in my opinion. A lot of resources. So later game means a lot of scrolling. Yeah. My wife would still scroll, though I reckon she loves a good scroll through stuff. I like sometimes doing it too. It makes my brain tingle seeing all the stuff that I've unlocked. I know the ox gets stuck a lot, but that's plain rude. That's funny. So yeah, the crafting system, codexes gets really, 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 really complicated. And like I said, it requires something of every profession. So I would say that's the more advanced way of playing the game, is going pure scholar. And potions are really nice. So like healing potions, gathering potion, so you can get gathering speed, stuff like that. It just helps buff what you're doing, which is nice, especially if you aren't able to play very often, very long. Trying to stack as much onto your character that you can speed up is very, very useful. Unlike me, who has no life and all the time in the world. Time is but an illusion. So yeah, we have bank over here, the giant bank. All banks are standalone. So if you have something here and you go over to the Hearth, you're not going to be able to access it. You'll have to come back here to pull it out of the bank. But if you have a lot of towns kind of close together, you can keep different resources in different places. It's also really useful if you go to like a higher tier settlement than yourself, and like say you get tier 8 stuff, but you can't use it yet. you can put it in the bank at that tier 8 settlement, and then that way when you can use it, you can go to that higher settlement. Stuff like that's useful. Most of the time, I tend to only use the bank like at my settlement. Good morning, Faye. How are you? We were talking about potions earlier and scholars. Market is pretty self-explanatory. It's the kind of like auction house. If you hit J, this tells you you can search for items. This is per region. So originally I thought it was per world. No, it is just per region. So this is region 9. Let's say I want to get, what do I want to look for? Let's go animal hair. So if I type in animal, it'll show me, like you can do just kind of like rough stuff. Rough stuff. You can do filters. You can do filters of what tier you want. You can turn nothing. This is not related to what I've searched for. But yeah, if you just want a general like, hey, what's on the market? This buy price is what you as a player can sell to that. What you want to look for is sell price, which is always all the way at the very end. And so you can see you can make a lot of money off of tier 1 stuff. The tier 1 stuff is more expensive than the tier 6 stuff. Usually at this moment, it doesn't take as much of the higher stuff to make something. So it tends to sell for cheaper. Also, it's where the more people that are in a certain tier, the more saturated the market is for that specific item. So a lot of people right now are probably in tier 6 through 8. And you're going to see a lot of that tier in the market. But yeah, so this is a good way. If you say, hey, I really want this particular item and it's tier 5. It's in Blue Frog Bay. You have no idea where Blue Frog Bay is. You can click here and it will show you on the map. It's usually front and center. So yeah, this is Blue Frog Bay. I do not have it unlocked, but if I scroll out, I can see, oh, okay, that's not too far. So if I wanted to get this item, I could either go here, which is something I already have a teleport point for, go here. If I did not have any of these teleport points, I would probably try and run across here or sail around. So you can see what town has what items. Also, in the map, there is no current exit button to click on, so you do have to hit escape or map again. I usually just hit escape. It's muscle memory at this point. What else is there? I think that's everything. Oh, items on the ground. There's really good items. So this was actually kind of funny. Because you can see this bag now, it means that it's public. Give us a map exit button. I know, right? That's what a lot of people ask for. So this is now public. I can come pick this up. Bags on the ground have a 5-minute personal duration. During that 5 minutes, only you can touch it. After that 5 minutes, then anyone can touch it. So this has gone through its 5-minute mark and is now public. And John got it. Nice. So what you can do with that, yay, is drop the items for other people. However, there's also the trade system. Trade system only has a 6-slot window and 1 cargo. So it tends to be a little slow if you're trying to like transfer a lot of things to someone. So dropping them in a pile, making sure that you're in a secure location so that people don't just come by and steal it. Keep that in mind. But you can drop it on the ground and pick it up that way. You can hit release, which I was going to try and show via actually split sec. Okay. So I dropped this on the ground. This is what the menu looks like. If I hover over this and release it, it counts down this it like gets rid of the 5-minute timer. This 5-minute timer now says I am owned. No one can see this on the ground. So no one knows that this is currently sitting here. If I hit release, it becomes public. So people can now see it on the ground. The other thing is you can also destroy it you also have to like hold it down. If you want the bulb rolls, you can take the bulb rolls. You can also claim all if there's like a bunch of items in here. This has an hour duration. So these items will stay on the ground for an hour, which is a pretty long time. And so if you are worried like, oh shoot, I recalled, now this is something else. If you have a cart out, what is, let me go get junk. Do I have any junk here? And I'm using the term junk very loosely. I do have junk. Waha. Okay. So, say I've collected stuff. View storage. Store all. This is now in my cart. So I'm out and about. I drop my cart. Come on. Drop my cart. There we go. I was right clicking it like crazy. Hello. Okay. So I have my cart. Oh man, it's the epic party hat. Well, actually mythic party hat rather. I say epic as in like awesome. But this is what people were chasing after like crazy. People were chasing after that like crazy. Blah, blah, blah. There we go. This is one of the brand new emotes. Two-step. You get it from the toppled over pillars and collecting the pots. And so it's a very rare drop. It took me 4 hours, I think, to get it. But it's something that you can, another goal that you can go for is stuff like that. But yes. Okay. We're gonna go back to the tutorial. So from here, say this is here and I am out and about. Say I've teleported a different place. My cart is still in this location. Your cart does not move unless you are attached to it. So my cart is here. Now, for sake of visual, we will not leave all the way away. But what happens is it's now grayed out. So if I try to click on it, it's going to give me recover. It's not going to give me deploy. So by recovering it, now keep in mind, those items are still in that cart. If I hit recover, that has become stuck or unreachable. This action will take 30 seconds. You can recover it just to your location as well. However, if you recover something, it does take a while. So keep that in mind. Keep track of your stuff. Don't litter Starfell. Don't litter on Starfell. Unless it's in... Actually, no, I was going to say... Tony's ox, like, pooped everywhere in my settlement the other day. Does that count as litter? But anywho. So, you can see my cart is about to come back to me. Those have now dropped on the ground. So, if I'm across the world and my cart was here, this is now here. This is now on the ground. So after 5 minutes, this will now become public. But say I'm like, oh crap, I left this thing. If it's at your own settlement, stuff like that, it tends to be fine leaving stuff. Or if you have region 9 tends to be very like, hey, someone dropped this. Is this anyone's? We're the type of people to give your wallet back. Let's put it that way. So it's now on the ground. I have 5 minutes to come retrieve it, or I have an hour until it despawns, but I can claim all and get my stuff back. So if you have stuff in your deployable and you recover it, as Tony knows very well, things will fall on the ground. And you can lose a lot of valuable stuff that way, unfortunately. So Nova with the 3 stream streak. Hello, Stare. How are you doing today? I was watching the ship game. It looked really fun. It looked like Assassin's Creed Black Flag. I did realize though the game would probably make me motion sick. So I was watching your stream like for like 5 minutes and then I would play do something else. And then I would go back because I was starting to get motion sick. It's, what is it called? It's like a chip something. Shoot, what is it called? Nova might be able to tell us what it was called. Ad break, sorry. Unless it's sap and tree seeds, it's morally okay to litter. That's true. You get a lot of it. You get a lot. I'm surprised I have this stuff. Let's take it back with us. World of Sea Battle. There you go. It's really awesome. It was a lot of fun to watch. Why do I has... Why do I has this stuff? Why do I have Potter's Mix at the bank? In Stalwart. I don't know why this is here. But okay. That's cannibalism or poop. Oh, jeez. Why, what? You watched Faye eat poop? What, how, what, when, where, why, how? Tony will say it's my poop, but he's lying. We know it was Tony's ox. I just realized I never said hello. Hello! I am very preoccupied today, but I am here. Hi, Pat. How are you? Well, actually preoccupied, but hello. Good to see you. Sean. Hi, Sean. Enjoy your lurk. Okay. Tip time. So one of the things you just saw me do was get my bank, grab all these items, and I'm like, I really want to take these back home with me. Now, this is a current thing that's in the game. It might be fixed later. It might be something that changes. Who knows? I know some people say that it's not intended, and some people say that it's the best thing ever. I think it's one of the best things ever because of how hard it is to get around sometimes. Packages. Oh, yeah, you can package all this stuff and then, like, ship it. But what I'm doing is I have all this stuff in my inventory. I'm going to click this button, which is teleport home, and I will teleport back. Normally, if I had all of this stuff on me, it would cost me like 20, 30 points to teleport anywhere else. But because I teleported home, I have all this stuff, and it only cost me 1 point. So it's really useful if you're trying to transfer items. Right now, I have absolutely no problem with it because of traversing tends to be a little complicated sometimes. So I have no problem with it right now. I know a lot of people are like, oh, that's not how it's intended. You're supposed to travel everywhere. I like at least having a little bit of conveniency of like, oh, I need to go do this. But yeah, so this is all my stuff at the settlement. You can also do it if you are like moving settlements or something. You can be completely empty of everything, teleport to the settlement for the lowest cost possible, grab all the stuff that you need, and then teleport home. I did that a couple of times with moving between here and region 3. It was very useful. Very useful. Oh, no, I saw the rings. You are not Rampart. You are Rampart. So, there you go. Also, if you're looking to make money, Rampart has really good money-making things. You can also sell these on the auction house. People tend to buy them. Because you can make pretty good money from Rampart. Most quests don't, or most tasks don't really give you too much, like 130, 100, 300. This is low level. Let's go Bricko. which is higher. This is going to be higher because it's tier 5, tier 6. But in general, Elise, which is also tier 4, is pretty low. So I pick and choose which ones I do. Like, oh, I'm going to do the scale one really quick. Scale is really good if you like fishing. It's from Ocean Fish. A lot of people hated it to begin with, and I loved it because I like fishing. But you get it from breaking down ocean fish. Let's see if I have any... no, I clicked on you preemptively. Do we have... No, it's the one I don't have. Sigh. No. Oh well. But yeah, you get these from ocean fish. I was just breaking down ocean fish on my school bus today. Are you playing on Switch? Or not Switch, Steam Deck? I'm gonna play this game some more. I just want to balance it out with other games. I don't want to burn myself out on one game. I hear you on that. Slayer have the best task for money. Yep, that is very true. Bricko isn't worth doing his tasks, to be honest, because the materials that he wants... No, I'm driving the bus. Ah. Oh, wow. Shoot. I lost my train of thought. Oh, Bricko, a lot of the stuff that he wants for his tasks are stuff that's, like, highly required for, like, tearing up. So, this is a lot of material. A lot of material. It is not worth it to use these materials unless you have like a metric stockpile of this stuff. But most of the time, no, it is not worth. Honestly, the same with Svim sometimes has like cargo that he wants. I think it's cloth. Again, not really worth it. These are nice. This is good tasks to get. These are pretty easy tasks. And they also reset, I forgot to say, every 4 hours. So make sure to pay attention every 4 hours if you are doing your tasks. You can do multiple in a day. What do I need for this? Oh, I need the cloth. The refined cloth. Okay. Oh, I can't move settings. I forgot about that. I was trying to move the window. Something that is a quality of life currently, for the tooltips, when you saw items and you saw the thing pop up, it tends to pop up very fast and it can make things like a little rough when you're trying to like go through your items and like move and stuff. So putting this up at least to 0.5 or even 1 is the delay that it takes before it actually shows up. Super useful, super helpful. This is a new feature, relatively new feature. You can do entity labels. So I'm going to take these all off, apply, confirm. So entity labels, what? Why is, excuse me? Did it not work? Oh, no, it's the opposite. And I need to turn that off. Apply. There we go. User error. Keep that in mind. So these are the entity labels. It shows you everything for everything. Literally everything to everything. Oh, I guess I prospected. That's funny. And so you can tailor these down to things that you want to see. There is currently not a chest setting, which I would really like at some point. But dropped items are the little bags that you saw on the ground. That's checked on. Buildings are all of your crafting tables, stuff like that. You can also only show building labels for personal crafts. If I have that on, it'll show me here. We'll use this as an example. It would show me something is completed or something is inactive, and it will pop up. I usually like that the most. Travelers. Those guys, project sites, I turn that off. Most of this stuff I tend to turn off. It's preference. It is all preference. And then show labels. So that is the thing. Actively died because it wouldn't let me select the enemy. So it can be a little complicated. If you tab works, so you could tab target. I think the jackal is over here. Jackal, did you respawn? You did not respawn, and I forgot to pick these up. Or they responded already. Oh, I think they already respawned. Ah, let's see if we can get the dance. We got it. That's great. I think these are visual glitches. We just got the two-step dance. I already have it, so I'm going to keep it as a deed. But I will... You can sell that. Okay, so Skitch. It is currently... It's saw me. So if it's white, it means that it is out of like distance or it doesn't like pay attention to you. So like here it's going to go back to its regular pathing. If it turns yellow, it means that it kind of like is aware of me. So I can hit Q. Not on the sunflower. Q is also really good if you are trying to find items in the overworld. So you can hit Q on everything and it's kind of like your toggle to see what the item is. So a way you can do it is hit Q while your mouse is hovered over. You can also hit tab. Tab only goes to aggressive mobs. So, or mobs in general. So you're not going to accidentally tab and hit flowers. So tab, it's up here. I find it tends to be a little difficult to right click, but you can right click and it'll start combat. So that's a way to do it. I think you have to have an auto attack on your bar to attack something. So you'd come down here, you'd go to combat, just auto attack is fine, drag and drop and put it on your bar. Then you have different weapons. I think you start off with the sword. So you start off with the sword in the beginning. You can drag and drop these as well. And then you can use them on your action bar. That is how you are going to interact with the combat system. So it is a little complicated, unfortunately, but it is the way it's done. So also the fact that the sunflowers are still here. I love it. Okay. I think it works with goats as well. By tab. I think it's any mob. Yeah, it's any mob. So it targeted the newbie goat. I would practice combat on non-aggressive mobs first, just so you can kind of get the hang of it. Plus the time spent making bricko mats could be spent pillaring. It'd be probably faster. Oh, yeah. Like 3,840 XP for that leather pack. That'd be like 175 construction actions for me, which would be less than 10 minutes. Yeah. To level construction, just dig. Pro tip, if you ooh before you arigato, then you can aya when you ooh respectfully. I just made a bunch of noises. Jamba! Jamba. Oh, speaking of Jamba, is that happening this weekend? Are they doing the raffle this weekend? I forgot to, I got distracted, but Nova, I hadn't played BitCraft in like 11 days, and I do that on purpose. I tend to only play it when I'm streaming it now, so that I don't end up burning myself out, as well. I started playing Warframe. Yesterday we played Warframe pretty much all day. But yeah, it's fun. It'll become a regular thing for me, playing Warframe. But here, I need to organize my house. Have I tried Soulframe as well? I have a key for it that I got, but I haven't tried it. But I just recently got a key for it. It's... Wait, is it like... Oh, it's coming soon. That's what I thought. Okay.
The magic.
That was really loud. Sorry. Okay. It has been 11 days. I should maybe log in sometime. Yeah, I was a little concerned with my settlements because Alcatraz is at 14 days, which means I have to go put stuff in it. Yeah. So that was something we were talking about earlier, is supplies. To keep a settlement going, it requires supplies, and that's the cargo stuff. And so you can drag and drop and put the cargo here, and then it adds time. If it goes to 0, your settlement deteriorates. If it goes down to 3 days of supplies, other people can try and claim the settlement. So yeah. Highly important to keep this up and going. How much room have the tier 7 things? I am confused by the question. Please explain and reframe the question, please. Storage for a house. Oh, how much have the... Oh. The tier 7 ones are... Yep. Not able to select anything anymore. Relog. That is one of the biggest things that you're going to have to, unfortunately, get used to currently because it is early access. When things happen, you might have to completely relog to fix the bug. I thought I had extra... I thought I brought up my single chest. I guess not. This is what I needed to do today, was actually organize my stuff. Yeah, this is tier 6. John, also thank you very much for that follow. Welcome in. I had a tier 7 one. Ooh, hi. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that subscribe. Enjoy your emotes. We have some amazing emotes done by an amazing artist, Dell. And you can enjoy that and ad free. So, yay. Enjoy. Also on the Discord, there is a special role you will highlight on the Discord. If you are interested in joining that. It has been quiet recently, mainly because I've been sick and I tend not to chat in there when I'm sick, but I do throw up some random videos every once in a while. And we have a whole section that's BitCraft related, so if you ever have any questions and I'm not streaming, or if you can't find the information in game, reach out in game. Region chat is very helpful with that too. So if you have a question and no one seems to be around to help, just throw it in region chat and people will be more than willing to help. The emptiness of the outhouse is a reflective of my own mind. Yeah. It's mine too. I've been trying to figure out how I'm going to organize this to be both warehouse and the Adventurers Guild. So yeah, I haven't figured that out yet. But I randomly have this stuff. There's my capsules. I have the packaging. But I had it actually pretty well labeled before. So if I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do I want to do that? Or do I want to do this? Because I want to use this to start tearing up this settlement. So getting storage set up is very important. Do I want to do it like that? Because then it would be diagonal rows. And I want it to be 5 because that's how much are the different crafts. Oh, that's one too many. Move. It's the different crafts for making the codexes. I think it's 5. Is it 5 or 6? It might be 6 because of Scholar. I have to find the screenshot. Come here, screenshot. I had it in the warehouse. If you don't have storage for everything, just store it in the market. It's infinite storage there. That's true. You can put stuff in market. I don't tend to suggest that. Oh, you asked about the tier 7. So tier 7 has 60 item storage. Tier 6 has 54. And then tier 4. Did I miss it? Can I just go storage? Oh, I don't have it unlocked. So I have tier 3, which is 36. These tend to be the easiest one to make. So 36, 54, and then these are 60. I found these ones to be okay. It's only 6 more slots. So I was like, eh. It didn't really matter to me. Screenshot. Come on. Screenshots. Here we go. Open screenshot. How many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is 6. Scholar, plank, leather, ingot, cloth, and brick. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So it is 6. Pat spent so much time modeling the storage, the warehouse. And now I'm just like moving it. I think this is going to be a waste of space. I think that is going to be a waste of space because it's going to be diagonal and then I'm going to have all this space back here. So I think the best way is going to be pushing stuff back here. Do not mark for expansion. Not that it really matters. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Early days when ore packages was not a thing, I stored 12k tier 4 ore in the market. It was a big craft 2 days. Oh, wow. Yeah, that is quite a chunk. 12k ore. I've definitely seen MMOs where people like use the mailboxes like WoW as storage. Here, the market. I think there's enough banks and player house is relatively easy to get. I say relatively because it requires codexes, but let me see. Yeah, you can get a decent sized house with tier 1 and tier 2. And getting 18,000, it does take a while. But if you're doing your quests or your tasks constantly, it should be fine. Plus you have to have construction leveled up. So it takes a ways, but getting the starter house is pretty good. Is pretty good. I think it was also before houses, probably. Come on. You can do it. Okay. So... do I want to do it this way, or... So it'd be tier 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So tier 5. Should have them back to back to optimize space. I guess so, but I like going in between and collecting both sides. I guess I could do that if they're back to back. It would just... I would... But look at how much space I have. I was gonna say, it would still work. Yeah, it would still work. But if I go back to back, then they're gonna be off center by 1. Where they're centered here. Things to think about. Snail maze, best layout. People have gotten really clever. I went to, I forget where it was. I think it was region 2. Their Christmas party thing. And they had a house that was a full maze. And it was all chests or storage. The whole thing just was storage. And it was a maze. And there was items in it, and like you could pull items out as like the prizes. And I was like, this is so cool. So having like a dedicated house for events would be really neat. One thing I wanted to do when I turned this into the Adventurers Guild is actually try to make like a tavern kind of setting, so that people can like come in and hang out and be in the Adventurers Guild. I was thinking of something and my brain was like, do I really want to do that now? I don't think so. I was going to move my alt. I do have an alt. There are people out there that hate alts. There are people that have multiple alts. As long as you do not micro or macro your alt, if you are playing it separately. So me interacting with this, I'm moving this. If I have my alt, I would just transfer that window and then play with the same thing with the alt. What is against TOS is if you have like bots and stuff like that. So you can have alts as long as you independently use the account. I find it very much speeds up production and crafting, because I can use all these on each alt and then transfer it to one place. No external tool. Yeah. I plan on running 4 accounts at once whenever the game does a world wipe again. I at least want to have the 2. I might next sale, because the game does go on sale quite often. I would say every couple of months. It's been running for 6 months and the sales happen 3 times, I think. So yeah, every couple of months they have a sale. And eventually the game will be free to play. Sorry. It's an ongoing joke with me at this point. I dislike free to play, but I'm gonna trust. I will trust. I have 2. If I got 3, I think I would break the game real fast. It definitely speeds up a lot of things, and Region 2 got to tier 10 hyper quick. They got to tier 10 in 6 months. And rumor has it one person was using 9 alts, so had 10 accounts total. And it was one of the reasons why they were able to level like hyper fast, because they were constantly, using alts and the manpower. It was like having 30 people, but only 4 people were running it. General game philosophy, if you're doing all the clicks and putting in 4 times the effort, there's not a problem. Yeah. As long as you are doing the said thing. I know BitCraft wants to have more active options for things so it becomes harder / less rewarding running multiple accounts. Interesting. That's why all of them already quit. I mean, there are some people who play MMOs to hit max level and then just leave. That's the reward. They just hit max. So I could understand if that was the case. I think was I working on this the last time? I can't remember what I was working on now. I need to get those. I need to get more processors up and running. Scholar. Oh, I don't have very much in here. Rares. Where's the rares gone? Oh, did I not put the rares in? Are the rares still in here? Yeah, the rares are still in here. Welp. I hoarded the rares by accident. I didn't mean to do that. Let's put you in there. So rares are stuff that you get as like a byproduct of something, and they have a very low drop chance. It's what people tend to go after the most. We were talking earlier about berries. So getting citric berries is the rare drop from harvesting berries, and that tends to be something that sells really well. I'll be really honest, my type of MMO is 14. Star Wars, The Old Republic. I love them because they have so much story and content, and you can level so many classes and just play the game for so long and just almost always have the content and something to do. I also played 14. I couldn't get into Star Wars. It's really weird. I'm very selective with my sci-fi. And so like Warframe is fine, but for some reason Star Wars, I just couldn't. I didn't want to constantly see it. It's weird. I'm very selective with my sci-fi. But yeah, 14. The fact that that's one reason also I like BitCraft is because all of this is on one character. And I treat this like classes. So a carpenter, a farmer, a fisher, or fisherman. So I treat these as like classes. And so in my mind, being able to do all of this on one character is like the 14 jobs system. Though definitely having an alt and running 2 accounts, like it tends to be like overdrive of like things to do. Like right now, I spent most of my time not really doing anything in game. I've been doing tutorial stuff, which I mean, it's fine. Don't always have to be playing the game. But I should at some point start getting into trying to make these refinements. Obtain. Welcome to the tree. Okay, so it's going to need... Oh, that's what I was working on, was the leather. Because I need the animal hair. Did I have the animal hair all the way up? I think I might have. So I need one of those, which means 2 of 3, 4 of 2, 8 of 1. Because it's a pyramid. I did the math. Yay! I'm proud of myself. Me and math don't get along. Me and numbers don't work. Not using it all on purpose in BitCraft, I want to keep experiencing how it feels to progress with a single account so I can properly measure how updates impact the flow of the game. That's actually really helpful, I would say, or really useful. And it also depends on like your playstyle. Because if you do have like friends around you where you feel like you're keeping up with the flow of things, you're doing what you want to do, like not having an alt is fine, but I think if you're on your own doing your own thing, having an alt tends to be like having another person there, and it can like make it actually like work a little bit better. I want to use alts next worldwide specifically so I can know how to design the game better to not swing balance too heavily in the favor of multi-boxers. I think in general, with it being a resource game, alts, it's essentially pay to win. I don't want to say in the loosest terms possible pay to win, because you have an account. As many alts, if I like had 4, 8, I could run like 4 alts per monitor. So if I had 8 alts, like crafting really fast, gathering really fast, stuff like that, you're going to outlevel someone who just has a single character. And then you can feed all of that into a main account. So, and the really thing, the core of the game is the settlement system. That is the core of the game. Depends, there's ways to design new mechanics that scale very bad with more alts. Yeah, I think having it more active, for example, you can't play mini games all at the same time. But like crafting and stuff like that seems fine. Okay, so I needed 8 tier 1 cloth. I prefer multi-boxing and AFK focus on macro game rather than micromanaging or being active. What if Faker plays BitCraft though? It's over if he plays 4 characters. I like working with people on projects. Alt can ruin that aspect. Comet, hello, how are you? Yeah, definitely when running alts, like I said, if you're playing by yourself, alts tend to be like more prevalent versus if you're playing with a group of people, then everyone's pitching in together to do stuff. I don't come from MMOs, but I do play a lot of colony sim games, so managing a bunch of characters at once is just how often I play games. Just not in the most MMO setting. I think almost every single MMO I've ever played, I had multiple accounts for it. It's just how I did. How I did. Words. Oh, no. I have to process it. Tailoring is my least favorite. Which was funny. The day I was doing tool rolling and I got an epic in foraging and I was like, perfect, because I gather flowers and I do a lot of foraging. And then I got an epic in tailoring and I was like, no. It's the one profession that I don't like the most other than hunting. Hunting I don't consider really a profession, weirdly. But yeah, tailoring for me personally, because of how many steps it takes to get a single product from tailoring, where everything else could be like 1 or 2 steps. Everything else is simplified. Even like smithing, it doesn't require as much work as what tailoring does. Tailoring requires you to have farming, requires you to process things like twice. because you have to do the farming and get that, and then yeah, it's just a lot. I think tailoring has the absolute most steps in the game. Hunting can respectfully step on a Lego. I'm currently doing a 1001 tier 6 or chunk craft. What's the effort on that? Playing multiple accounts is in the loosest sense pay to win, but with the nature of the game design, that will always be somewhat prevalent. I mean, open market is a thing. But we can design systems to even out the balance between those two playstyles. I would rather do hunting than what I'm currently doing. I was gonna say open the craft and then tell people, hey, I have a craft, and make people come help you, and then you can go hunt. Make people craft for you. That was one of the best implementations to BitCraft as a whole, was the group crafting system. I think it really added a large community aspect that the game was missing at that time. So yeah, the fact that that's a thing now is really awesome. I don't like hunting stuff. What? Okay, we need to break this down. We need to actually break down. Why do we not like hunting? What is the aspect of hunting that we do not like? Because I am also in that boat. What is it that makes hunting not... I think for me, it's managing the bodies. So they do have a hunting goat. Pets, deployables. So we have the hunter's goat, which to me, using this, it felt okay, but it only being 24 slots for hunting seemed really low. Like if they made hunter's goat and a hunter's deer, and then once you got the hunter's deer or hunter's ox or something, like if this tiers up, I think that's going to be great. Because having this so low slots, like you go out and you're chasing stuff down. I think the fact that you're chasing stuff down also is like, it adds a time element. I also don't, I think hunting and prospecting are in the same boat for me mentally, because it's just a lot of time going from thing to thing to thing to thing. And I think that's what hunting for me. So if I don't have to go back as often, but I have seen people like hunt on a goat, put their wagon, and then come back to their wagon and then take the wagon in. But that's still going back to a location. So yeah. The teased hunting prospecting could help. Teased hunting prospect. Interesting. Was that from one of the dev streams? Too much clicking, the more you level, longer it takes. That's true. Clunky movement and damage numbers scaling up feels meh. Male and female bodies not stacking. Oh, bane of Hunter's existence. The fact that there's male and female versions of something. The worst profession for a lot of people. And you've added another complexity on top of it by having male and female. It's like... but it is what it is. The XP scaling between hunting and leatherworking, no progressing at the similar pace. Oh yeah, I did notice that. My leatherworking was way higher than my hunting. Wander range and low spawn counts. Tier 7 animals not even being 1 leather per body. Oh yeah. That's because it scales. So like tier 3 you need like 2 of something and a component from Roomba. And then tier 4 you need like more. So the higher tiers, the more you need to put the resource together. The reward is very low for the time. I think to me that's the time aspect. I think it's definitely a time aspect. There's no real AFK methods for it, so compared to other professions, people just naturally not do it. as which increases demand. Also, tier 3 is asked to get compared to other professions in tier 3. Oh, you're talking with hunting? It's one reason why I want to also be in a not a calm forest, autumn forest. Oh, I needed... See? This is the complications of tailoring. I need wisp weave. I think I have the seeds for it. This is forestry. I need to go all the way to the other side. I think to a degree having... Why is this here? Did I put this here? Or did someone else put it here? Oh, this is fine evergreen plant. This is I see what happened. These are the base level things. Okay. Wisp weave. Split stack. Let's do 80. No, I don't have enough fertilizer. Shoot. So I guess we'll split stack again. Do 40. Pull that. Let's go plant it before we organize. Plant before you organize. I know there's an easier, simpler way, and people are like, you need to just hit max. It depends on what is happening, because for me, my body is so used to hitting the slider. Cloth is 80% farming and 15 foraging. Yeah. That's why I have a tailoring tutorial as a subnote in the farming tutorial. Yeah. But there is like, everything has an overlap of some kind. Everything has an overlap of some kind. Okay, so... we need... Wait. Cancel. Hunting. No. Leatherworking. Okay. Currently reworking some tutorial stuff to fit the new quest system. Nice. I think having the quest system is going to help a lot of people with like the confusion of like, what do I do? How do I do it? Stack. So 8, I think this is 4, right? 4. Stack. Watch, my math is gonna be completely off, even though I was so proud of myself. Split stack. 3. Oh no. Cancel. I need 2. And then split stack. 2. Split stack. And this is 1 and 1, I think. And 1. Do I need tier 5? Oh no. Or is it just tier 4? Okay, it is tier 4. It's not too many quests early on at the same time. Anything past would be too overwhelming. Yeah, well, this is that's gonna be hard to balance. Like, really hard to balance, because when... at launch, every system in the game that we have been progressively doing is going to be all there. So it is going to be overwhelming. And so to have a quest that interacts with every single one of those items is almost mandatory. So like you're going to have like an introduction to prospecting. You're going to have an introduction to like, I guess, flotsam possibly. And like the sailing table. Like everything that a player interacts with should have like an entry, not a barrier to entry. That's the opposite. But should have something to like introduce them to it. Some quests should be triggered when reaching a certain level or picking up certain materials. That actually would be a good idea, especially if you go out and do flotsam and then you can have a quest for the flotsam. It doesn't need to pop up until they hit 25. Yeah, that's true. I have a pretty good plan and pacing in mind. Trust in the BitCraft gods. If you don't want to mine tier 6, I have some tier 6 ore packing and selling in UMB. Oh, hey, there you go. All at once, but I want to do mining first. I hope somewhere down the road, specialization becomes a more prevalent thing. I think that would be... The only problem with that is it lends into having alts. But people who are just like, I only do farming or I only do XYZ, like, it's nice for them to get the recognition for it, but at the same time, it's kind of hard to not incentivize having alts for that. I need tier 2. Which I guess I don't have Wispweave wise. Well, shoot. Okay, that means I need to make some. 1, 2, 3. I don't have tier 4 of Ember grain. Oh, that's why I have this. That's why I have that. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 6 of that. So I just need tier 2 Wispweave, which means I need to go grab some of this and process it. How teleportations and region works, because I have made videos on both and people still keep asking. It's really frustrating how little people read in the game. But it's placed is very poor spot when people are already feeling overwhelmed with information fatigue. It will be moved to be placed in a much better spot. Oh, okay. Any possibility that jackals and such drop animal pelts, or is there a concern this is making hunting less appealing? That is an interesting thing. I would definitely like to see something that gave more pelts for stuff. But I think that would have to be introduced in like a horizontal gameplay without changing like the mechanics. Like the core mechanics of some stuff. I think I did this wrong. I need to go back. After not playing for a week, I kind of lose recipes in my head. Aha, this is correct. Okay. Oh no. I guess it's exponential. We'll work on that. Okay. That is also something that's really nice about farming, is that it is exponential, because you can start with 1 seed and it can possibly give you like 2 when you break it down. And so like you keep doing that up and up, which is nice. Is this what I'm looking for? This is what I'm looking for. So yeah. farming being exponential is really good. Because, like, eventually you'll get to the point where you need, like, hundreds of farms to interact with, like, all of the seeds that you have. Cough. Faye. Cough. Cough. I need to blow my nose. 1 sec. Okay, I think I'm better now. We'll see. Hi shit, how are you? I bought a starter bundle of seeds from someone and then quickly developed a nice stash. That's what I ended up, Faye helped me do. Gave me a couple of stuff and I just built from there. Hunting please less meat spawns HP. It'll probably be like Slayer 2.0, but it could at least help address tier 3 and tier 6 issue while burn out without it just increasing the number of pelts or large. Interesting. Also, instant fighting specialization too much might mean people experience less of the game and could lead to quicker burnout if you only focus. Yeah, that's sort of what I was thinking about. Is one, it would promote alts, and then unless you could just swap specialization, that way you could have every specialization, you just can't have it on at the same time or something like that. I don't know. You'd have to have as a way that you could still have omnicrafters, but make the people who only focus on one craft feel like seen. Curious about server limitations with that in terms of scaling, especially at release with doing more players. I thought about that the other day, but like, oh yeah, I was talking about like respawn rates in starter towns, and I was like, yeah, I never had a problem finding resources in the starter towns. So I was like, yeah, even when you had like 100 people in a starter town, it never felt like I was severely competing for resources. I think I'm free to break these down. I don't need to tier them up, do I? So that would be tier 6, which we aren't because we're tier 5 settlement. Tier 4 into tier 5, that's what I'm, the only thing I'm missing. Ember grain, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so I'm free to tear these down. Let's start with this one. Ad break starts in 20 seconds. I don't know if it's going to happen, but I really do hope husbandry comes into the game at some point, because I'd love to be able to breed like animals and like have a pen of like animals somewhere that I have to like interact with and like give it water or something. Yay! If it gets added to BitCraft, I'll be the first 100 taming. I would want it, would we want it as a skill or would we want it as husbandry? Because then you could, what would you use husbandry for? Let's think about that. So you could use husbandry potentially to get leather. You would breed cows to get hides or something. Becoming a vet is a profession. That's true. Leather, meat, bones, yeah. If we add husbandry, it will be put under taming rather than farming, most likely. Right, but I'm saying if it was its own profession. Like, if we are brainstorming, if it became its own profession, like, it had a spot on the professions, like, what would that entail as, like, something that would be useful? But leather, meat, and bones. Bones could be used for scholar. Ads. Oh. Sorry. I will wait. We have 2 minutes worth of ads. So, hi people that do not have ads. How are you? Oh, yawny face. I was really tired today. I'm really tired today. Also, I have not drank enough anything. Like, this can is almost full, and I've been streaming for 3 hours, and I have not touched my water bottle. I need to drink more. I need to hydrate. Oh. I think I wanted to do that, right? I did, didn't I? Oh, yeah. Yes, I did. Okay. We're growing our seed collection. I want to get like 1,000 seeds and then put it into like making catalyst stuff. I'm still in my brain. I'm still not happy with the warehouse. I'm still not happy with it. Sparkle, hi Sparkle. And welcome back. Okay. So leather, meat, cooking, bones, having a really good conversation about cooking in the chat, which is really nice. I gave up on cooking. Usually, okay, so in every MMO that I play that has like subsect like crafts, so like take WoW for example, I always did fishing and cooking and alchemy. Those are like the 3 things that I like touch in like almost every MMO. If I have the option to do fishing, cooking, and alchemy, those are the ones that I tend to touch the most. I haven't touched alchemy in BitCraft like all that much. Or scholar rather, like, alchemy, potion making. But I've touched fishing and I've touched cooking up to a certain point. Because I only eat one food. unless I'm dealing with like a big craft, I only eat one food ever, which is the hour food, the bulbs, the bulb rolls, because it's an hour food. Like, I don't touch any other food at all. Sometimes I'll do the fission bulbs because it gives crafting speed. But like, if we look at like the recipes for, can I do it through food recipes? This doesn't show. It'll be easier to just go over. Alchemy profession for refining mats and potions would be nice, but I don't know how pain that would be over time. Scholar does that exactly. Yeah. But Scholar also does 20 other things. I think it's fine. I think having an avenue that someone can actually progress Scholar other than making like codexes and parchment and stuff like that is good. So you have essentially 2 trees inside of Scholar. You have like the potion making side and you have the codex making side. The potion making side is good for people who are not part of a settlement. The codex side is good for people that are tearing up settlements. So either which way, you can actually progress Scholar. And then if someone who was making potions up until like say tier 6 and then decide that they want to start making their own settlement, they can just still use the tier 5 Scholar. So, yeah. I think because like Scholar experience from my experience, Scholar experience from my experience, was something that people like immediately jumped on. I would be like, oh, I have like this Scholar craft going, and people would immediately jump on it. Because like making potions or parchment was like really the only other way of like getting experience for it. It's kind of like in leatherworking, just making tannin, which you can, and you can sell it. But is it really beneficial? Yeah, I think in general, the UI, it's a good base. Like, we have a really good base at the moment, but it just needs to be like expanded upon to make things easier to, like, we do have the tier system, and so like if you're looking for a specific tier, you can filter it that way, which is useful. But I think having, like, if we look at this and we put in, say, another category here and it said like fertilizer seeds, and then you clicked here and then you got all the fertilizer. If we did something like that with like Scholar, where you opened up the menu and it had like tabs, and so you would click on potion and then it would, all the potion stuff would populate. Stuff like that, I think, would be easier to navigate for people. Is just have a tab that breaks down the different stuff. Like armory, you can have a tab that breaks down weapons. It just says weapons, and then it shows all the weapons. Tools, shows all the tools. I would put cloth, leather, and plate like separate. So it would be in like tailoring, leatherworking, and smith, right? So yeah, but having little tabs, like on like page tabs that people can interact with to see what they're looking for. Move potion craft to cooking. Well, it personally feels like it should be more tied to upgrades, claim, progression, research, deployable upgrade schematics. Apothecary feels like it could be a separate profession that could have its own place on the market. I'm sure like I think at that, okay. My train of thought with that is then no one would level Scholar. So you'd only have like one person leveling Scholar, which would be the head of the settlement to craft the codexes. And you kind of want to enable everyone to touch every profession. So if you only did it for claim progression, research, deployable upgrades, schematics, it's kind of like Roomba's tasks. Once you get your personal cache and stuff like that, you don't continue doing his tasks. And I feel like that would be kind of what would happen to Scholar, is like people just wouldn't touch it. They'd get their upgrades that they wanted and then they'd like be done. Komet, thank you very much for that follow and welcome in. We were meant to stop doing merchant tasks? No. I keep telling people do tasks because at some point they're going to release something in a higher task and you're going to be like, what? Like the fishing boat is 80 fishing now. And I'm like, that was the one thing I wanted to go after. So my goal for 2026 is to get level 80 fishing, or not 80 fishing, sailing, to get the fishing boat. But that's gonna, I haven't done anything to progress that, so I should probably work on that at some point. I think honestly what I could do is like each stream, maybe as like a wind down or something, for an hour go out and do floatsome or something like that. That way I can like start actually working on it. But I would have to do something like that where it's forcing me out of the settlement. Gotta force myself out of the settlement. Okay. Oh shoot. I think we're gonna have to come back here anyhow. Also higher skill tasks, better task turn-ins. Yeah. You get more money as well. Okay, we are gonna have to come back and do that. Because we're not gonna get much from this. So we need this and this. So like this is why I say it's exponential. You could get 2, but then you could get more, and you're just 2. So like, yeah. I actually don't mind farming as much. Like, I think the more I did farming, the less I like hated on it, because a lot of it's just waiting around and just waiting for plants to grow, and I can be doing something else while I'm waiting for plants to grow. So see, I got unlucky. I only got 2. I got very unlucky. Should I have upgrades unlock at 20 and 40? In the meantime, add +1 trader task slots and rerolls while content drop for get work done. Having merchant increase the max deployable count for stuff. Max deployable count? Like you could have both carts out? Is that what that's referencing? I don't... Interesting. Let's just do what we need, which is the 8. 100 taming, 100 merch. I become a beastmaster. Man, imagine if this was like so intricate it turned into like Final Fantasy Tactics, where you had to like level up 2 things to make like the ultimate class. So like if you ended up leveling, say, mining and smithing, and then you could unlock like weapons master. Like Imagine if it had like a spider web of like like other things. Oh man, that gets so complicated and intricate, but it reminds me of like Arcade and now Ashes of Creation, Final Fantasy Tactics, where you pretty much have like hundreds and hundreds of possibilities for things, classes, jobs, etc. Oh, I was like, why do I have... Then I'm like, because it's taking from here. If you managed to get roads properly working, you can make merchanting affect travel speed on these. That would be so cool. Having merchanting attached to movement speed. Time is money, friend. Also, finally, I'd like to politely ask, please, can we add the rest of the packages sometime soon, even if it's just a placeholder or icon to get them out so the flow of resources easier to manage: fish, bodies, fertilizers, thread, potting mix, etc. Interesting. I realized that I don't tend to use the packaging all that much. The thing for me is when items only stack to 10, like, I need 500 of an item, but that item only stacks to 10, and I'm like, how am I supposed to transfer this? For storage and transport reasons. Yeah, so like, yeah, it would be the same with packaging. You would package it and you'd have like 100, but you only get one cargo. So not everything should be packageable. Also, straw out to 50. Pretty please. Oh, yeah. I mean, some things you gotta play the inventory game. You gotta have something that you gotta Tetris it. I guess we'll just do all of these. We needed 4 tier 2. I hope I'm doing this right. If not, I'm still gonna use it. It's a really busy time right now. That's good? Question mark? Not saying everything, but doesn't seem intended to package pebbles, clay, fire bricks, but not unfired bricks and pop. I think base resources being packaged, but anything processed shouldn't be packaged. But that's just my opinion. So that was 4. This needs to be 2. But Potter's Mix is used for other stuff now. Yeah, that's true. Unfired brick and potting mix don't move at all usually. Oh, yeah, for construction and forestry, because the potted plants. Okay. How many people actually use the potted plant system? I think I've only ever used it like once. And I'm curious if people actually use it regularly to like harvest wood. Because I just tend to go out into my backyard and harvest stuff. But I guess if you don't have like, if you live on an island and you don't have a backyard, then only for decoration. That's fair. Fox, were you there when I found out that the tier 1 trees can grow big? Because that's one of my next shorts. That's the short that's waiting in the pipeline. Is not realizing that if you left a tier 1 tree, it becomes like a big tree. Yeah. It was kind of funny. I have it as my next short of me sitting there in awe. What? What? Why? Oh no! Shoot. Okay. My math was completely wrong. Okay. So I need 5 times 8. 5 times 8 equals 40. I completely spaced on that. See, math not mathing. Math not mathing. Okay, so I should just take this stuff to another settlement. Because then I can use their processors. Because I'm only dealing with one processor at a time. Okay. So this is going to be a bit, which means I need to get more wisp weave. A lot more wisp weave. So tier 1 is 100, which means I also need tier 1 fertilizer. Let's get this organized. Throw that in there. Throw that in there. Sort. Oh, dance emote got buried. Join our settlement. I have dance emote. Oh, I don't need water bucket for tier 1. I also need to make more water buckets. Whatever shall I do to make more water buckets? Okay, I need tier 1 fertilizer. Let's see. What do we has for tier 1 fertilizer? Oh, this is the ring that you get from doing the prospect, the mining prospect. So it's a 0.1 per second stam regen. Oh, I have chum. Oh, I think Faye needed tier 5 chum at one point, right? I has it. Shoot. What do we want to do? What's my fishing situation look like? Not good. So I need to, I guess I could do berries. What's, where would I keep? I think all my berries I put into, yeah. All my berries turn into fertilizer. Do I want to fish or do I want to berry? How many citrus berries do I have? 26. Let's go berry farm. We can always go fishing. Wrong menu. Resources. Track. Very good. Sorry. Let me drop this off. So for the new players watching, this is what not to do. I was so hyper inefficient doing this and then messing up on the math and being like, oh, I only need, yeah. So pay close attention to recipes and how much stuff you need. This is the what not to do. I was scared for a second. I thought you didn't have a bank. Oh, because it's hiding with Elise. I did that on purpose. The only thing is, like, that's our closest, like, other bank. You know what I thought of? We have the tier 3 dungeon, like, super close by. We could go in there and pretty often and check it out. Tier 9 in 20 minutes. Oh, that's so exciting. Congratulations, you managed to get through the 1%. That's so exciting. I am happy for you. We got 1 berry so far. Such a heavy 1%. Oh no. Was it just the crafting part of it? I assume that's what, like, the 1% is just, like, crafting the actual codex stuff. No. I'm not fighting the climb boss, and you can't make me. I will find another berry. I will not climb the climb boss. Hello! Habit at healer? Habit, thank you very much for that follow and welcome in. We just got bricks and fish oil left till tier 8. Then I'm free from spreadsheet hell. But it's the best hell! Spreadsheet hell is so good. I like being there. I like being in spreadsheets. Until I break them. Because the first time I ever did resource gathering, or the using the spreadsheet for tier up, I broke it. Go figure. I broke it. I want to play the game, not manage the spreadsheet. Do both. Do both. I got dark. Holy crap. Is it? Oh, we might be getting rain. I forgot about that. Yay, rain. Oh yeah. There, it's like dark storm clouds. It's so glorious. Who else here likes rain? I love rain. I like thunderstorms. We never get thunderstorms. We only get like rain every once in a while. I will celebrate tier 8 by doing a week-long Slayer binge. I have been poor for 4 months. I spent 80,000 on party hats. And now I'm back up to 50. I was doing quests for a little bit because I need to get Elise to 40 to be able to make the kit. Did I ever make the kit? I think I did. Yeah, I did, because I got PandaKat. I need to go... I have still yet to get my own fish. I had done it for like 22 hours, and I've still yet to get a fish. So, one was given to me by Tony, and the other one was given to me by Faye. Told my minions to take a break, but they're speedrunning DM hats for stations. That is one of the things that I took for granted when I first started playing, because Cal was playing at the time. He would do all of the station tier ups. Like, that was his job. He wouldn't help with... One sec. That was really awkward. My front tooth like started to hurt, like I had eaten like ice cream. Nerve damage. But when he was playing, he would do all of the stations. He wouldn't help with the tier up, so like he wouldn't do like the resource gathering for the tier up stuff, but he would resource gather for the crafting stations. Amazing. It worked out so freaking well. And so when he quit playing, Hrothgar kind of took over. I would say kind of, because he did like 90% of a lot of things. So Hearth managed most of the stations, most of the stuff. He would post in the Discord, hey, this was put up. Thank you again so much for helping with that. But things have slowed down even further. And because they've slowed down even further, like I'm finding I'm pretty much solo at this point. I would say on average, I'm usually solo. And having to do processing and tables and tier up by myself, I'm like, oh geez. I'm happy to do it, but it's just really funny. Give me one quick sec. I need to deal with my tooth. That was really awkward. It still hurts, but I don't know what's going on with it. I think it's like the cold air hitting when I talk. Because it is kind of cold. It's very chilly. I have my blanket that you can't see because it thinks it's the background. I did that in alphas, that's why EA came out and it's like, nope, not doing that again. All the wide-eyed newbies rushing to get a claim going. Feels bad when they hit the oh shit moment a weekend. I didn't mind it so much. Like even this is going to be a tier 5 to tier 6 settlement. And I'm okay doing it myself. I know it's going to take a while, but at the same time, like, why am I rushing? I don't feel like there's a need to rush. But I think at launch, rushing to get a settlement done, it depends on who's playing at the time, but I will probably end up doing that. Needs extra mats and twice as much per piece. Yeah, tier 3 definitely. Okay. I think tier 3, the roadblock, shoot, what is it considered? We were saying it earlier. The speed bump, I guess, or like the difficulty at tier 3, I think is really well done. I want to be a catalyst factory. Oh yes, makes so much money doing catalyst stuff. The fact that catalysts take farm seeds makes me so sad, but I understand. But we don't have anything to do with sap or tree sap or tree seeds. Let us use those for catalysts instead of making ox droppings. I'll get bored of Hytale soon. I got bored of Hytale pretty quickly. I experienced it. I did the thing. You can make season trees with seeds. Yeah, you can make season trees with seeds. Like the thingy. The Christmas trees. But yeah, so I don't want to say I speedran Hytale, but I was playing with Cow. I think Cow was still playing every once in a while. We got to like adamantite level of stuff. I think we went through like every biome. And once that happened, and the things that I enjoy the most in the games, they didn't have. So like not actual fishing. They had like trap fishing, and I'm like, that's not the same. So like if they implement actual fishing, then that would keep me in the game longer. I don't know. I just didn't have a goal in mind for building anything. So I got bored very quickly. I have very quickly learned over the last like couple weeks that I have to have a goal. If I don't have a goal, I'm so unmotivated. And it's very hard for me to come up with goals. And so, like, trying to figure out what I'm doing in BitCraft, I'm like, okay, it kind of is linear to a degree, but it doesn't have to be linear. Like doing the Adventurers Guild, I still want to do that. But at the same time, I'm like, how am I going to do that? Like, what am I going to do with that? So trying to come up with my own goals is really hard. And especially with content creating, trying to come up with like shorts was really difficult. It's funny. I thought about this last night when I was awake in the middle of the night, where I was like, I would probably be a prime candidate mentally to be in the military because I take directions. Like, for me personally, I prefer taking directions more than like trying to come up with my own thing. However, I'm a person of creativity, so I have to have at least a little bit of leeway to be creative. Because once something becomes an obligation, I like don't want to do it anymore. And so like having a structure, like I want structure, but I'm just a ball of chaos. And so having guidelines and stuff like that, being like, hey, we would like you to do this, or hey, would you mind doing that? I jump on those. And then sometimes I overfill my plate with tasks because I can't say no to a lot of things a lot of times. I'm getting better at that too. But yeah, like, oh, hi. Hi, buddy. I'm still in cloth. Why do I have that on my bar? I don't need that on the bar. I missed. Feel bad. I missed again. There we go. I'm almost dead. Find a way to farm us 627 tier 6 stone slabs in the next 24 hours, please, and thank you in advance. I would do like, I'd help get pebbles or something. But doing the whole project like that? Actually, can I even do that? No, I can't even do that. Because my masonry is 2 levels. Terraria, that's a game I haven't heard in a while. Just got released today, so that'll keep me busy for a while. Wow, wow, they're still doing updates. Long haul and working on building a village, but also doing a hardcore run too. That's cool. Yeah, like playing on a server with people. Like I have the Minecraft server still. The Minecraft server is still up and running. I just don't personally play on it much. It's more for like the community to do something together. And then every once in a while, like me and Cal would jump on it. But it requires like a goal. And I can't come up with them. My brain, like, there was actually a video by Hank Green that was talking about goals. And how he doesn't really have goals. And like the way that he described in the video was very relatable for me and very well done. And because like growing up, you always hear like, what do you want to do when you grow up? What's this and what's that? Like life kind of forces you to like make goals for yourself. And I never really had that. And even now in life, I'm like, I'm flying by the seat of my pants. Like, that's my goal. Survive. But it makes playing sandbox really hard. So like BitCraft, the community keeps me going. The idea of building stuff with other people keeps me going. If I was playing this game solo, I probably would have like completely solo. I probably would have quit within the first like 3 months. I would have gotten bored and not know what to do. But it's the people that kept me going. And especially now being in Region 9 and like having options to like talk to more people, that has been really good. I think I've been a lot happier playing BitCraft since being in Region 9. I was in Region 3, and I saw earlier Voxel was like, I read the chat at one point and was like, WTF am I reading? Yeah. Not gonna lie, with all the drama since EA, I miss the solo days. There is a lot of drama, a little bit, but at the same time, I think it, for the most part, is quieted down, and everything that is drama filled, like, I'm in channels that have like drama alerts, but I don't personally interact with the drama. So I can see if something's going on, but I don't have to like be involved with it. I can sit there and like sip my tea from the sidelines. That's what I prefer. But yeah, so like Region 3, we were pretty much our own standalone island, literally. So we didn't really interact with other empires. We didn't really interact with other groups. That's why I joined you. I like some form of direction I can follow. Yeah, that's funny. I'm like terrible at setting goals. Absolutely terrible at setting goals. But surprisingly do okay with leading stuff. I can make goals happen. Are they easy for me to do? No. But I can make goals happen. Like I think right now getting the processors up and functional so that we can start working on tier 6, I think is going to be the key. Cuz I think it's been like a month. Let's move again. I mean, if you want to, we can. I don't want to move again. I'm really thinking of letting settlements decay, to be completely honest at this point. The idea of having to go do upkeep for a place that I'm not playing in anymore, like, is really difficult for me. That feels like it's a chore. And so, like, I want to keep Ember Isle because it's Ember Isle, and that is like our first home, and it's tier 6, and it's like we put a lot of work into it. And so like the sunk cost fallacy there is like I want to keep it going, but like we have the North Ember Isle, and then we also have Alcatraz, which I'm probably gonna like, I don't know, I want to work on it, but at the same time I'm like there's no point to working on it. Because there's the Rathium Bay or Cove or whatever, the island north of us. It's already tier 6. They just need to get processors and stuff. So I might like try and see of contacting and be like, hey, if we help you with this, like, can we like use it? Oh, obviously we can use it, but like, hey, can we help get this up and going? Because it's tier 6 already. Because Alcatraz is... That was awkward. I got to like a certain level and it looked like there was dots. Alcatraz is tier 4. And getting to tier 4 is pretty easy. So... I don't know. I have to like weigh my pros and cons of like what I want to do. But having 4 settlements at this point, I'm like, do I really, really want to maintain that? Especially if I'm pretty much the only one doing it. Tier 5 onward is where the despair sets in. I can see that. On launch, we need to focus on one well-placed settlement. Yes. That is, yes. Yeah. That is very true. Oh, I need to go back down. I was heading in the wrong direction. Yeah, no, I I think if we get together and we have like me, Tony, Shock. Actually, I should have said Tony, Shock, and I to be correct. If we have like a group of people in one region, I'm not going to want to move. The whole reason I moved up here was because of like the community. And so like if region 9 agrees, hey, we're going to go region 9 like on launch, like there's no reason for me not to be in region 9. So like stuff like that. It depends on like who's doing what and where at launch. I do want to be in region 6 or region 4. That way it's even. But if people go to region 9 to be in region 9, I would still go. It just depends on where my friends want to go, essentially. And yeah, I think because of that. Wow. Okay. Yeah, because it's in the middle. So if we want to go to the desert or we want to go to the things, everything's like right in the middle. But I will go where you and Tony go. Yeah. We would have to talk about it. You're assuming that the launch will have the same kind of world structure? Yeah, that is true. That is true. But that's the only thing we have to go off of, so that's why I speculate. They'll focus more on infrastructure like roads for transport. I think having people do roads was really cool. I think it's really cool. I was saying that one day of EA and got hit on for the first 2 months. What? Day 1. Oh, you were saying that day 1. I see. $52 region. We've been talking notes with how things have been going so far and would like to make a lot of changes for the future world. That would be really nice. Give a coastal settlement so I can just ship everything in. I have some mandatory things with where I want to move to. I think with having like region 5, like volcano zone poggers, that'd be funny. Well, I mean, we can see if there's new biomes and stuff. But I think having region 5 as like a central location is a learning point. Hi Melody, how are you? Because that is like it's a pain point for a lot of people. And so if you even had, say, 12 regions and you have it like 4 crossed with 3, and then you have 2 center locations, it deters people from having that same pain point. But having a different Region 9 not getting a swamp is in our notes. We'll replicate that in the future. Oh my gosh. Imagine. We almost have to, at this point, have a region that just doesn't have a swamp as memorial of Region 9. Not having starter towns on west side, I also hope is in there. Region 4 not having starter towns on western side. I think starter towns in general, like this doesn't have a starter town over here. They are literally all clustered in the center here. So this whole section doesn't have a starter town. But yeah, it's the same thing. It's in the center of the map. So I think that's kind of the point, is having them in the center map, and then people can expand elsewhere. I think for the most part, yeah, that's... Region 3 was in a difficult spot because technically the starter towns should be like right here, but this is an archipelago, and so because of that, like they had the starter towns like over here. So that was a kind of like a tricky situation. But yeah, everything's center. Yeah, all the starter towns are center. That's fine. As long as they're all the same. But having like not just one small spot where everyone just congregates and then people are like complaining, oh, there's too many regions and stuff like that. And in the beginning, it didn't feel that way, but it only feels like that way now. So there's like not much you can do about that. You want to anticipate, or you want to prepare for the worst and like hope for the best. And so preparing for the worst would be having 9 regions and being like, we're going to have a metric crap ton of people and then they're not going to have enough space. That and plus that's the good side of things. But yeah, being able to facilitate that to start with, I think is better than, you can't take it away. You can add more. Because if you take something away, players are going to be like, oh no, you took away my home, blah, blah, blah. Which, I mean, yes, people are annoyed about that. So adding on is better than taking away. But, I don't know. That's a sticky situation. Because if, like, the world gen was everyone is in, like, the same region and then you, like, branch out and it, like, generates as, like, people branch out, like, So it's population based, but even then someone's going to go all the way into the remote area. Yeah. Release the map ahead of time. Every world with a swamp asks us which region we want to settle in and remove the swamp to spite us. Yes. We're able to level up over time based on traffic. Middle region should be a PvP zone. Best location, highest risk. No. Nope. Get PvP out of here. Just settle in region 5, get shocked to rage war on everyone. There you go. No PvP ever except duels, please. If it has its own zone, like if it has a continent that is PvP, like you flag for PvP on that continent, but here's the key. You have the same resources. So the problem is when you have forced PvP. So if there's like one resource that is on that continent and you're forcing someone to go get that one resource by forcing them into PvP, that's a no-go. But if it's all the same resources and it's just, hey, you can get a buff of some kind for being on this continent, flagged PvP, then awesome, cool. But it has to have every resource. It has to have everything. So yeah, could just make the resources there for Empire stuff. You could do that too. That way it does Empire versus Empire battles, which I think is like something that a lot of people were like really asking for. But of course, Empire system in general has caused a lot of drama for a lot of people and has made a lot of, like, the Empire system as a whole has made a lot of people quit the game. I think more people quit because of the Empire system than the grind overall. Because, like, yeah, the grind for some people was rough and they were like, oh no. But I think the Empire drama for the core people was what hurt the game the most. Or you can take the stuff there but can't take stuff out. I don't know about taking stuff there but you can't take stuff out. Because then that would, like, you also can't have settlements. I would say that you'd have an area that you can't, like, if it's PvP only, has the same resources, and you can't build on it, then that's fine. But as soon as someone makes a settlement there and starts getting infrastructure, then you're ruining the game experience for everyone else. Like a literal region for people to PvP. Yeah. But it shouldn't be a place that you can build in. Could have different buildings for PvP oriented gameplay. I would say you could do that and have it as like a tier 1 settlement, and that's it. So the size of a tier 1 settlement. And do it as a PvP outpost for your empire or your clan group, whatever. Like, you use it as like a teleport, I guess, but then you're gonna lose supplies because then, yeah, it's a whole mess of stuff. And some stuff you can take in from the other regions, like rope. I think having just every resource available there, because then incentivizes the PvP to go out and resource gather to bring back to the thing. Then the non-PvP, no, because then you're getting into a whole mess. If it's either one or the other, it's either PvP or no PvP. Because if settlements were non-PvP, then people are just going to get pissed and run into a settlement. And then you're going to have a lot of people that are furious. This happened a lot of times in other games too, where if you have a safe zone, people just camp the safe zone and then you're stuck. Well, here you can teleport, but yeah. Or if someone's like in the middle of battle and they're like about to lose and they just run into like a safe zone, it's like, it's not fair. So it's either all or nothing. But having it as an opt-in continent that people can interact with, I think is fine. And then PvPers can have their field day. And then if you have one continent that is PvP, and the people who want to PvP could be like, have like, say the PvP zone is region 3. Then you would have people in like region 2 and region 6, like at the border, and they would have their settlement there so that they can go into the PvP area like easier. And so like if you want less PvP, the further away from the PvP continent you would most likely be. Like that kind of stuff. I think that's kind of a good balance, but at the same time, like there's a lot of people that are like, don't put PvP in BitCraft. I think most people at this point are asking for no PvP. I don't really care as long as it's opt-in. I'm not saying I want PvP. I'm just tired of trying to push it into the game so hard and trying to find a middle ground. Well, I mean, that's developing anything in general. You're not going to please everyone. Like, you're not going to make everyone happy, but trying to find that middle ground at this point. Yeah. If PvP, I hope it's only with empires. I could see that being a thing. Like, it forces people, like a lot of games do that. Like Guild Wars, you have to be part of a group to do World v World. But I don't even actually know. I think you can just auto go. Yeah, I think you can solo. So no, I think if it's empire based only, then people who only play solo and still want to PvP would be screwed. So it would have to be open for everyone. It's not opt-in PvP if it negatively impacts everyone. Yeah. So having a single continent, having a single region as the PvP, and then like have it in bold letters when you cross over, like you are entering PvP and no item drops. Like, no. People PvPing and like stealing people's stuff is hyper toxic. So I'm waiting for someone to recreate a Tarkov like in Hytale. I'm sure it already exists. You are entering the wilderness. Well, I mean, PAX Day, weirdly enough, did it well. They had areas which were PvP, and then they had the the heartlands, which were like your residential starting zones, which was no PvP. The point that they did it bad was they had resources that were only in the PvP areas. And that sucked. There was only one true PvP place. It was like Lioness or something like that. And the only thing it had there was like ore. And it had a lot of ore. But if you wanted to, you could go to a different place and get that same ore. It just took you a lot longer. So stuff like that was fine. But yeah. I think opt-in PvP in its own zone. Go for it. Final Fantasy XIV does this amazingly. They have like, what is it, Wolf's Den or something like that? Where it's all opt-in. That works amazing. If you have like a Battlegrounds thing, works amazing. When you have open world PvP. Hyper toxic. I played, like the last 3 servers I played on WoW were all PvP servers. And it was so bad. It was so bad. I don't know why the group of people we played with, like, demanded to be on PvP servers. And it was just really funny. There we go. I have a gnat. I have more gnats. I have 2 gnats? No. Where are the gnats coming from? It's that time of the year when all the critters come out. Farmland. But yeah. All in all, I'm just trusting in the BitCraft gods, and they haven't failed me yet. So I'm just hopeful. There we go. Done. I'm wondering if someone will try to develop something similar to BitCraft and end up going down the Diablo PoE or if someone will try to develop something similar to BitCraft and it ends up going down the Diablo, Path of Exile, or Dota and League route. If I remember correctly, there's like a do not compete clause with Spacetime database. I thought I saw something about that. It might not be true. It might be like don't create BitCraft private servers. But yeah, I could see someone making like a similar game and having it be like PvP oriented or something like that. There's a lot of stuff you can do with the code to make a lot of things. Where they pursue different paths. Yeah, you can. Yeah, no, that's definitely a thing. Definitely a thing. We needed 40 of these, and this is going to craft 11. Yay! I'm looking forward to Tony's pixel art avatar stream minigame. I know. I love his pixel art. I love it. He does an amazing job. Absolutely amazing job. I haven't been able to catch a stream that has had it on there. So hopefully Thursday or over the weekend I can like jump in and see. Yippee, it's no longer the surface of the sun here. Time to head out. Okie dokie, have a good one. Slip, slop, slap, put respectfully. What? Respectfully, have a good rest of your day, night. Stay cool. But yeah, like I'm surprised like he doesn't sell his pixel art at this point. Like it's so well done. It is so well done. You're always cool. There you go. I saw like the little frogs that he did and posted on Discord, and I was like, they're so freaking cute. I'm going to need more stuff, I think. Or maybe not. Maybe? Maybe not. I don't know. Am I going to need more? I can't tell. Is it? 1-to-1. It's 1-to-1. So no. We has 10. Oh, we're already here. So that'd be 29. We only need 40. So we need 11 more. Okay. No, we'll have enough. We will have enough. We don't have to go grab it. What's the other thing that we can work on? How many tier 4 do we need? I think we just needed 1. I'm pretty sure we just needed 1. What? Oh. Huh? Oh. There we go. I was like, I'm missing something, and it's staring me in the face. But yeah. No, I want to do more event stuff myself as well. But the problem with that is I have so much on the to-do list. Like I want to get to a point where my to-do list, like getting all the processors, getting the settlement set up. I still haven't tiled like everything. I want to get to a point. Why? I didn't even need that. Welp. I didn't even need it. Oh well. It did a thing. Oh, I need tier 3. Oh. Oh, that's a problem. I need tier 3. Tier 3 is up north, I think. But yeah, eventually once my to-do list is done, I want to start doing events as well. Yeah, that's up there. And so I like fishing. I have a bunch of fishing stuff, but I want to do it with the Adventurers Guild. So use the Adventurers Guild as a like an event system. So I have a lot of prospects for the Adventurers Guild. The only problem is unless I do it manually, which I might end up just doing because it would require coding and I don't code for Discord stuff to keep people's ranks. Because that would be like the biggest thing is like how, like what rank are people and stuff like that. And then like setting stuff up, it would just be complicated. And so maybe I'll just do it manually to start. We will have to work it out. Which one do I want? BitCraft 6 tier 9 town emerges. Yay! Congrats. Super congrats. 40. 75. Yeah, let's just do that. Yay! Congratulations. That's awesome. Okay, I am going to close this window, I think. I'm out of sunlight. Oh. Hello. What are you? Your words. You are carrying your first cargo item on your back. These take up a dedicated cargo slot in your inventory and slow you down while carried. Some crafting station recipes and project sites require cargo items to be delivered to them for processing or to contribute to their construction. Alternatively, you can unload cargo into a stockpile or for storage, or load onto a cart or ship for transport. Cargo items can be dropped via following methods. Right-click targeting open terrain and place cargo from the context menu. From the top of your eye inventory, right-click the cargo and select drop. Note that you may only carry one cargo at a time on your back and cannot teleport home while carrying cargo. There's nothing here talking about the supplies for settlements, because that's another big thing with cargo. So telling people that cargo can have, like crafted cargo, can have a supply supply rate? Supply cost? Not supply cost. I don't even know what the word I'm looking for is. Yeah, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is. But yeah, talking about settlement cargo. Unless that's in a different pop-up, and I haven't experienced it yet. Use storage. Oh, not what I wanted. I need that. It's 2 a.m. so tired, but had to push through for it. I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. That is really, really good. Where, I was gonna say, where is it at? Where is your tier 9 town at? Oh, I can't see in the other regions. Boo. Yeah, Odin's at tier 8. Port Oral's tier 8. Region 6 Moonlight Harbor. Oh, nice. Okay. So you're down in here. Bit Numenor. Seeing that they combined. They have a lot of land. A lot of land. It is almost end of stream time. But Cow is not home yet. So I think we will stream until he gets home. Watch, I'm going to say that, and he's going to be home in like 10 minutes. Where is the other one? Oh, it's all the way up there. Eh, we'll go for you. It's been 4 hours and I still haven't finished the can of soda. I need to drink more. Terrible. I also have half of a breakfast sandwich that has been sitting on my desk for 4 hours. Terrible. Anyone want a half-eaten 4-hour-old breakfast sandwich? So once we finish this, my stuff at the bottom should be done. But yeah, so like coming up to region 9, and I'm pretty much starting over. And because that's the case, I'm looking at making a new stockpile of stuff. So I think what I might try to do is keep at least 100 of each item I would want to do more than 100, but 100 seems like base minimum, an okay number, because that's also a lot of times what storage holds is like 100 of something. But yeah, just kind of start over and build like just a warehouse of stuff. Right now I've been putting everything in the chests in the settlement, and so it's easy access for everyone to get a hold of. And then eventually it'll go into the warehouse. I guess I don't... I'd have to find a place to put all of the chests, though. I was gonna say, because I could just do it as a chest system. That way everyone has access to it, and then I can use the house as Adventurers Guild, but at the same time, I need to figure out what's going on with the alt. And move its house. Which means I need to make like a tent or something. I don't want to make another small house. I should. Well, actually, I don't think we have... I'm talking to myself. It helps me think a lot of times. I was gonna say, I don't think we have everyone... I don't think we have the small house filled. So, if we made a tent... I think Alcatraz has a tent. So I can move that, can't I? Or will it just give me... I think it would just give me back cargo. I think it just gives you back cargo. Where's my way down? I think this is it. Yeah, that's it. There's like 5 different ways to get down from here. I need to come back up here and like finish this path because someone else made this before and I want to be able to just make a ramp instead of having this like twisty turny. I mean, it's kind of cool as like a natural sense, but having just a straight line would be nice. Oh, I need to check that out too. Yeah, we're good. Bob. We have 2 Bobs. Okay, can someone explain to me how to change these times? Because my settlement capital is now up here at Fisher's Delight. I would want to put these 3 towers as the ones that are the most cost efficient, except for they're the most costly. So I'm like, these 2, which are in region 3, are almost like 300 days, well, 200 days. But like, I thought it was where the capital was. That it and further away. I don't know. But I would like to be able to change that so that these ones up here cost less. I don't know. If there is a way to do that or not. Yeah, because I thought it was capital based. Unless I have to like pull up the other watchtowers and put them back down. And then that way these ones up here. But I don't want to waste all that time. That looks like a bug. I don't know. One sec. I'm stuck. Nope. Alright. Those chicken... I thought I heard rain. No rain. Okay. I guess I'll submit it and see. I'll take a clip of it and send it and be like, hey. It's easier if things are in video form than it is trying to sit and explain. I don't do well with trying to explain things using just words. I'm a very like visual person. Oh hey, you can see like my roots now. I don't know, should I put the light on? Do people mind like dark ambiance? It's just I have a lamp, so I can put like streamer light on. I has streamer light. See, streamer light. Streamer light. Do we want streamer light or do we not care? I'm gonna turn it off until someone says something. I could have like more studio lights, but I have the one and that's fine. Having one is fine. Especially with the green screen is back this way. Can I move that you can see my green screen? I guess not. But I have a green screen behind me. And so having this light here for the green screen bounce is most important. Okay. Someone says if you plan a lot of road building, get yourself a settlement totem. I agree with that. Because like if you're running into materials in which you can't, you're too low level, you can pull them up. Still nope. I'm going to be constantly trying to see if there's rain. I want the rain. Oh, I guess it did. It was enough. Craftable. Oof. Sorry, I'm quiet. I'm like listening. And I think it's just the wind is blowing and it's dropping stuff on the roof. Because I keep listening for it and I'm like, no rain yet. It is dark. It is like storm cloud. Like rain is going to happen. I just don't know when. And I keep looking forward to it. Okay. Okay. I haven't gotten any weird notifications. Oh. So what are people's goals? I know we talked about this like a little earlier with mine, but I'm curious to hear what people's goals are in BitCraft, whether it's just like tearing up a settlement, getting gear, helping friends, community, no goal. I'm always super curious. Like, what drives people to play BitCraft other than to just play BitCraft? Because I think I don't know if I talked about this on stream. I might have, and I just don't remember. Is BitCraft tickles a part of like my brain that is the I need to get this project done. Like you feel like you're missing something, or you feel like you need to do something. You feel like something's just not done. And that's what BitCraft does to me, is because I have like so many projects and like I think about like 5 million things in the game, that I always have that feeling that my main goal is to blow up and act like I don't know any. Okay. So you're going to become like king of the region. King of the world. But yeah, it has that sort of like, it's a vine. Heyo. I'm not cultured in memes. I'm like one of the least memey person in the world, I think. But yeah, like it tickles that part of my brain where it's like, I need to get this done. And then I feel like incomplete. There was so many days where I was playing BitCraft and like I didn't want to go to bed because I had that feeling of like, I need to get this done. I need to get this done. One more thing. And then it just kept keeping me playing. Yeah. So I think that's what it does for me personally. And so like taking a week off, I still thought about like, oh, I need to get that done. Oh man, I'm like going to be a week behind on this. And like, it's like, I need to get this done. But then I'm like, okay, I need to take the break because I need to quiet that part of my brain when I'm not feeling well. Because if not, I don't get rest. And if I don't rest, then I feel more sick. Like, so like if I'm not feeling well, I don't tend to play BitCraft just for my safety's sake. If not, I will be up like constantly. One of my things to get me to fall asleep is thinking about resources that I need to grind. I just like sit there in my head and I like go through a list of stuff and be like, do I have that? Okay, I don't know if I have that. Okay. How much of that do I have in storage? I still need to transfer that. Okay. And like, it's kind of like counting sheep, except for it's counting BitCraft resources. So, yeah. I'm low-key starting to get a little drained with BitCraft, just mainly due to there not being a major content update in a while. Like the bug fixed were nice, but I don't know, I haven't gotten much to mess around with. I'm not leaving though, however the game is a little bit sluggish for me at the moment. I could see that, especially if the big content was seasonal, which I think mostly was. So now that this seasonal stuff is gone, I think the latest content was the prospecting. And if you've already done all the mushroom prospecting, then yeah. Then from prospecting, if you go back even further, there's not much. But I think definitely getting the bugs out of the way is good to do now. And especially during the holidays. So the mushroom prospecting is a grind. It is. They picked one of the best times, honestly, to do the, like, hey, we're going to work on bugs. Because the holidays is usually when people don't get to play a lot. Because they're with their family, they're vacationing, or they're doing something else. And so, if you put... My mic arm suddenly just, like, flopped. If you put, like, the bug fixes and stuff like that in the beginning of like the year, which was what they did, and then work on something later that's actually content when people are back from vacation and stuff like that, it tends to like be a little bit smarter than having this big content thing, and then people are like, man, I'm missing out on this content and it's the holidays, like what? And they want to like interact with it but can't, like stuff like that. So timing when you have these big releases of content is important. And so like spring, I want to say, coming up on spring will be a good time. I think the monthly, oh. I don't know, it's just the monthly update only being bug fixes was ooh. It's gonna happen. It's definitely gonna happen because there's a lot that needs fixed and you can't just keep piling up tech debt. Yeah, it sucks, but long-term wise, it's for the best. But yeah, like prospecting, I think a lot of stuff like really only hits for like a week or two and then people just don't touch it anymore. So there's like a lot of content stuff that they've added to the game that people probably don't interact with as much. And that's going to happen with everything. It's ooh new shiny, and then after a week or two, like how many people are out getting floatsome? That was a huge content thing. Now with prospecting, huge content thing. How many people are out prospecting? So for me, looking at it that way, I have hiccups. Jeez. I'd rather have the bug fixes out of the way now so that it makes way for better content later. Because if not, like I said, the tech debt would like become overwhelming. And then we would get like a big update and then stuff's just broken still. Or someone... So one of the biggest things as also you don't really want to hear is they could have just blank. That really sucks because every single time like the walls thing happened with the patch, and people are like, oh, they just wasted their time doing walls. And then like hearing that even as like a content creator, like it sucks because I want to be able to engage with stuff with like a hype level, but like if people are like, ew, why are you encouraging that? And it's like, why not? Yeah, it's separate departments. It's completely separate departments than like the core context mechanics of something. And so, yeah, I think the next big content to come out, I would say like, if I would look at it as like a gaming perspective, I would say probably February, March is usually when like the spring, early spring, so March maybe. And then fall. Those are usually the two big, like huge content. Like if you look at expansions and when expansions launch, it's usually not around holidays. So March doesn't really have too much of a holiday. It has like February has Valentine's and March has, is it March or April? April has Easter. So like March, I don't think has anything. And so that's like a good time. Putting out content in the summer is a little rough sometimes because people are like on summer vacation and tend to be outside more than they are inside. But it depends on what part of the world you're in as well. So that's like a toughie. But yeah. I'd be interested to see. I haven't, I need to go back and watch the dev stream. So I'm sure there's like stuff that's hinted there and talked about there. But it's like right before I wake up and I'm like, oh man. And then I keep forgetting to like go back and rewatch it. Yeah. I love the fact that they're doing dev streams now. That was something that was well needed so that people can talk and communicate and not feel like stagnant or like actually know that something's going on. So, and like people don't tend to use Discord or streams as like their information. So like they only see stuff that's in game sometimes. And so that's like also rough. I always tell people to go join the main Discord, because I think that's where like the bulk of BitCraft information comes from, is the main Discord. So if you haven't joined the main Discord, I highly suggest doing that. I have a link to it. And it's just discord.gg/bitcraft. The website also has like the patch notes, which Lutra does an amazing job putting them up and stuff like that. So like there is information, it's just like not in like one source, I think. But yeah, the dev streams I need to go back and rewatch and see, maybe they hinted at something. But yeah, bug fixes definitely needed to get done. Quality of life stuff in its own way can be a huge content thing. Like, say they do one single bug fix and it makes everything feel better for hunting, and then suddenly hunting becomes the new content. Like, they didn't have to add any new content, they just had to fix something that people, like, made people frustrated and not want to touch said thing. So sometimes bug fixes can be very useful. But yeah. I think a lot of people also are so used to the weekly updates, so things slowing down now, they're like, oh no, the game's dying, oh no, oh no. But in reality, it's them working on things to package it, to get it out, to be a better product, instead of forcing out like content each week. Quality over quantity. So I as soon as I heard that, I was like, yes. Yes, thank you. It sucks not getting content each week, but it's better content. So yeah, I'd be interested to see what comes next. I don't think I've heard anything. I don't think I've heard literally anything of what's planned for next. Probably people in main Discord might have heard more. But yeah, I'm like flying blind. I'm trying to think what they might have talked about coming out. What did they talk about probably coming out? Because I can't... So, the roadmap, I mean, is pretty much out the window. So, if you know what I'm talking about with, like, the old roadmap picture, don't follow it. It's nice that they have delayed it, but also we haven't gotten a crazy good content since they've done it. I mean, also that depends on... That's perspective based, because I think the holidays had really good content. It just was seasonal. Like, getting the party hats, going after the sweaters, going after the mittens. That, to me, is good content. It's horizontal. It's not, like, game-changing. It's horizontal. But that in itself is, to me personally, it's good content. I didn't finish getting my stuff, but it's... I'll worry about that on launch. I quelled my own FOMO. Because a lot of times I was like, man, I missed out on like this pumpkin hat, or I missed out on doing this, and I missed out on like getting the dungeon drops, I missed out on getting like pets, I missed out like... So I have a lot of used to have a lot of FOMO with BitCraft, because I at my core am a completionist. And I want everything. But I realized, like, okay, yes, things are going to wipe, and I'm going to have to regrind it anyhow. So I'm going to have to go back and re-get well, feel bad for Tony because he'll have to get the Slayer hat, the Sentinel hat, or his red hair, his signature red hair. So he'll have to go back and farm that. And so stuff like that, where I'm like, I'm not too worried about doing it right now. If I have time and it's still in early access, sure, I'll do it. But the things for me personally that I'm like, okay, I don't want to miss these, or like the premium item stuff. So I've been like making sure that I get like all of the premium items because those stay on your account. And so you'll get them at launch. And so stuff like that, where I'm like, I don't want to have to wait a whole cycle to re-get that item. So stuff like that, where I'm like, if it's a premium item, then I'm like, I must get. But if it's just something that's not going to roll over, then I'm like, it'll be fine. I don't have as much FOMO. But yeah, it depends. Like, I can see why people say they get bored, but there's so much to do that there's like no way to actually like be bored because there is something to do. It's just a matter of like whether that content is engaging to the person. Because if it's not engaging and you don't want to do it, then you can find it to be boring. But yeah, I think I'm also a little biased because being a content creator, I can sit and talk to people while I'm doing something. So like I'm multitasking. And I think when I generally play BitCraft, like not on stream, I tend to like do other things as well. So I tend to like watch YouTube videos, or I have the alt running at the same time and I'm like tabbing between the two. So I like every single time I'm playing BitCraft, I'm usually multitasking in some capacity. Usually it's watching videos. I still need to build my settlement, but working full time and having friends wanting to do stuff on the weekends is making it harder for me to play. And that's fair. And great. Getting outside, touching grass. I hear it's healthy for you. Except for the fact that I never go outside and touch grass, ever. I think I maybe leave the house like 2 to 3 times a month, if that. I need to change that. Definitely need to get out a bit more. But for some reason, like if I go outside, I will catch on fire. Well, yeah, because you're living in, well, an oven right now. It's sweltering for you. What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah. I choose to stay inside a lot of times. Like, Cal tries to ask to like go on walks. And I'm like, I don't want to go on a walk. I don't feel like going on a walk. I should go on more walks. But I never feel like it. I never feel like going outside. Careful outside. Ark. Archaic, hello. Long time no see. Outside is where other people are. No one wants that. I was thinking about you the other day because I was going through my Steam and I'm still part of the Minecraft Steam group. And I was like, I wonder how those people are. But yeah, it's kind of funny. Hello, how are you? How's life? Was this... Oh, I didn't need that. That's the tier 2. Shoot, I should have been doing that this entire time. No, inefficiency. Boo, cat, boo. Being inefficient. I don't think ahead a lot of times, which is the problem. There was one day I felt like I was in a flow. Like I was hyper, like doing so well on keeping everything filled. Like I had the smelters going, I had the kilns going, I had the loom going, I had literally every processor going, and I was just kind of like rotating through, and I felt so good. And I was like, this is how you play BitCraft. It felt amazing. Oh, I still only got 2. Okay. Tier 2 hates me. Busy with work, company split, so dealings with all over new hire stuff. After being there almost 6 years. Oh, geez. Work politics are like some of the worst politics. It's like the most tedious because you have to, you know, you have to care about people. And like, yeah. I'm not going to say too much more because I realized I just said the word politics and that's like taboo. But I'm sorry that you're dealing with it. It does not sound like it would be very fun. But other than that, what have you been up to? Are you doing anything? Just working, coming home, work? Oh, I meant to ask, if you've checked out Hightail at all now. I have both a Minecraft and a Hightail server, and I barely ever use them. Barely ever use them. Okay, so that's currently processing, which means I need this to process more. And to get lucky, it's not giving me my exponentials. So how do I want to do this? We have, I need 40, 20, 10, and 5. So my tier 4 is done. Tier 1 is nowhere near done. I guess I can craft this. 12, okay. Good to see you too. Work, play with AI, and play with a few games. Mostly Guild Wars 2. A lot of people are playing Guild Wars 2 again. And Soul Mask. I haven't heard of Soul Mask. I might have. Is Soul Mask the look as techie survival game? I've watched a few videos, looks good, but I will wait until they do more releases before I give it a try. Glad they rescued it though. Yeah. Very much so. It's been so long. People are like, why is so many people like obsessed with Hightail coming out? Like, what's going on? And it's like, you're too young. It's like a thing that was hyped like a decade ago. And people forget over a decade. But yeah, a lot of people are playing Guild Wars too. I wonder if Shock is still playing or is still streaming it. But I know Shocktor, who's another BitCraft partner, was playing it and streaming it. I played it for a little bit a while ago. It's been a while since I was playing. I enjoyed it. It had too much horizontal gameplay for me because I like raiding and I like doing dungeons. So if I play an MMO, that's usually what I go for. And Guild Wars 2 didn't feel like it had much in that means. And so, yeah, I kind of like, I don't want to say I got bored because again, I had stuff to do, but it was just like, well, I don't feel like doing this. I don't feel like doing this like grind. And it's funny because I'm playing BitCraft. But yeah, I think Guild Wars 2 will lend itself to be more of a, like, you have to log in daily to get like not dungeons, the chests and stuff like that, and like having alts and doing a lot of stuff. And I was like, I don't know if I want to get that involved with Guild Wars 2. It looks pretty. And it just had a new expansion come out. But you're playing horizontal craft? It's true. It is true. But yeah, if Guild Wars 2 had like dungeons like Final Fantasy 14 did, I would be like way more about it. But it does not have that many. Okay, so I haven't checked on my tasks in a while. Do we have none of that matters. See, this is what I was talking about earlier with Svem and cloth. It's not worth. Not worth. Bricko is hardly ever worth. Hey, look at that. Tier 5. And then Rampart. I don't... Those are Terratoad materials. I don't really have those. This is Jackal, right? Yeah. I think I have Jackal fur. And then 1 hardened shell. I think I have a hardened shell in here. Pretty sure I do. Oh, I don't. But I do have the Jackal fur. So we'll drop that off. Wow, I don't actually have much in Slayer stuff. Huh. Okay. I haven't seen this insignias very much. And then I haven't seen egg sack at all, but I'm also not, I think, high enough to see that. Conan exiles, so the tech tree is people. Oh, okay. Guild Wars Trace came out with a new housing system where you get like a whole island or whatever you can decorate however you want. So like 14 rooms, but huge. Sometimes I just hop on and run the bosses, get a teleport. That's really awesome. I think that enables like roleplay, and roleplay saves a lot of MMOs. Yeah, I knew what you were talking about. But yeah, because like Final Fantasy 14, the end game is like role playing. Get a house, decorate it, make a venue, and so like Guild Wars 2, having homes like that can kind of enable that role play. And like Guild Wars 2 is so pretty. They have all their like transmog and stuff like that as well. So like I could see Guild Wars 2 becoming an RP zone. I just saw what time it is and I'm like, I should probably check to make sure. See about people streaming. So I can know where to raid in on. Okay. Because as soon as Cal gets home, then I'm going to raid. But he is not home yet. Okay, so we still need to process more. I don't know that we have enough tier 1 wisp weave. Oh yeah, we do. Never mind. We have plenty of tier 1. It's tier 2 that I need. Tier 4 is done. So I need... Oh. I need tier 3. What? Okay, that's what I'm working on, isn't it? No. Shoot. Shoot. Oh, but I don't have... Why am I just now noticing this? Okay, do we want 3? Keep 10? That should be enough, right? That should be enough. Okay. Deployables. Yeah, endgame is transmog. There is some RP on Guild Wars 2, but nothing like Final Fantasy. Yeah, that's really cool. Being able to roleplay in games is really awesome. I'm hoping, like really hoping at some point to set up like roleplay stuff for BitCraft. It's just really hard. Emotes, finding the right emotes to lend towards roleplay is good because we have a lot of emotes in this game. The thing would be being able to sit in chairs because you can't sit in chairs currently. So as soon as we can sit in chairs and then we can see, what's the word I'm looking for? Like taverns maybe pop up because people were talking about having their houses be like venues. And so right now the houses have been storage for a lot of people. And once that is no longer an issue for people, so like maybe bank tabs and stuff like that. So once that becomes a thing and people have free houses, they can make roleplay venues, which I think will be fun if we can sit in chairs. Sitting in chairs is like the key of roleplay, which is so strange. That's what makes or break a roleplay is if you can sit. I used to roleplay in ESO. There was a guild that I was part of that was, as soon as you logged in, it was all roleplay. And I thought it was really nice. It got tiring after a while. But yeah, the whole thing it was the same thing with Secret World. I had a guild in Secret World that was an all roleplay guild. And I still have people that I talked to that were part of that one. But yeah, no. I would love to see some BitCraft roleplay at some point. There's some people in the very beginning of the game that were trying to do that, and a lot of people were just like not having it. They would come to the island and be like, "Ahoy! I has wares," because she has wares. And like be traveling salesmen and stuff like that, and like role play like, "How was your day?" "Oh, I was farming and tilling the soil," and like the way that they talked was very, very role play, and I enjoy that. I really do enjoy stuff like that. But most people are just like, whatever. The Traveling Witch, yep, Mushroom Fae. So at some point, I would like to see role-playing being more prominent. Which is, it's completely possible. It has to be facilitated. I went to RP, but I need some things to come out. Yeah. Yeah. Ad breaks start in 50 seconds. Mainly it's just difficult. Move a lot of potions around and seeds. Yeah. I can see that. There was one day that I came out to get fish for fertilizer, and I got like 3 frog eggs, and one was the first thing I fished, and I was like, why? I'm like so lucky with frog eggs, but catfish hate me. The pungent fish absolutely hate me. As I say, gondolas and trader cart. Once that's in the game, I'll be on RPing. Hey, flotsam. Maybe we should go get some flotsam. I think the Adventurers Guild will help promote some roleplay stuff. But I would like to host events that are kind of more roleplay-y. I just don't know really how I would implement them. Because I thought about doing like a scavenger hunt where you have to get clues and you talk to people and like it's kind of like role playing, but people would treat it like not role play. They would just be like, what's the clue? Yeah. So I'll have to figure out something. I never tried BitCraft. I may need to check it out. The issue for me is always the long game and my ADHD. If I don't get the dopamine hit, I end up dropping the game. BitCraft and my ADHD have been like phenomenal. I tend to forget what I'm doing. Ad. Shoot. Well, I'll pause. Paused. I will pause the conversation. But yeah. I think finding ways to implement more roleplay stuff. So like a tavern, having people, like that's one of the best and easiest ways for a roleplay hub is to have like a tavern and venues. Like Final Fantasy 14 does amazing with their venues. And so people DJ, that's a very typical thing. Like they DJ events on Twitch. And then you go into the role play or into the venue and then you watch the Twitch and get the music at the same time. Like stuff like that where it's like hyper engagement or hyper immersive too. I would like to see some of that stuff. Like every MMO that I play, I like to see that type of possibility because then it doesn't make the game feel stale. In any means, like, because I can just be like, oh, I'm just gonna go roleplay. So like having venues where you can trade food items, I think that would be really cool. And so at some point, that's my end goal for BitCraft would be to promote more roleplay. But yeah, having a tavern night and having like people stream and do like maybe have like a stage somewhere and then have them in Discord and be like stand-up comedy or like singing or like event stuff. Like that would be amazing. We should make a market stall event at some point, get people to sell wares. Have a flea market. Be like wouldn't that be amazing? Can you put... You can put player stalls anywhere, right? Did they fix player stalls? I'm so out of the loop with that. So, yeah. Have a flea market. And then have people, like, lined up and, like, selling stuff. That'd be so cool. I don't think Khajiit wants to have wares at a flea market. Yeah, they might not like the fleas. Welcome back. I'm going to see what's going on. But yeah, you were saying BitCraft and ADHD. For me, playing this game has been phenomenal for my ADHD. Numbers go burr. It's a resource game, so there's always stuff to touch and stuff to get. If I'm bored of one thing, I go to another. There is like pets to chase. So like right now, fishing, I could get a frog pet. And so like you're sitting there like, ooh, ooh, ooh. And then you get the frog pet and you get like the dopamine hit. They have stuff like that for a lot of like sand for lucils. Frogs come from ocean fishing. They have a cat pet that comes from tier 4, tier 5 lake fish. I wish it was all lake fish and not just tier 4 and tier 5. Because the drop rate is so low and I'm just going to have a stockpile of tier 4, tier 5 fish everywhere. And it's going to suck. Oh shoot, I meant to change into my leather. Oops. Oops. Nope, it went to my boat. It went to my boat. There we go. Because I'm gathering. I want the leather. And then these can go add to vault. And then I will pick them up later. Not us intentionally adding pets to resources that need to be produced more. Why did tier 4, tier 5 fish need to be produced more? Set face. That is kind of where everyone was at, though, at the time. Also, welcome back. But yeah, so, like, it really does help with, like, ADHD and, like, oh, fish oil. People should have just been, getting their fish oil then. Is low. Oh, are you able to see, like, the amount of items that are in the game, like, worldwide? And then you can tell, like, that's super cool if you can. I guess you could do that with Vegeta, can't you? In some way. Because the space-time database. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Okay. I have 20 minutes left on stream. Yes, but that's not a good indicator as just getting feedback from large groups, seeing what resources they are behind on. Oh. That's interesting. But yeah. There's pets to go after. There's outfits to go after. Housing. It's in the works. It's mainly storage right now. It has a little bit of furniture, but you can't really decorate it in the same sense that you can with a lot of other MMOs. Settlements, the same way. If you like decorating as part of, like, doing stuff, it's a little lacking in that department. But numbers go burr, and, like, being able to interact with, like, hoarding things and getting those little dopamine hits, like, especially early on, your levels, like, are ticking up. I find it funny. I talk about this sometimes where oh shoot, it was shoot, I'm trying to remember the reference. I forget what the reference was. I had a good, like, reference to it, but they get you hooked, like, in the beginning, where it's like level, easy. You feel powerful, you're doing all this stuff, and then, like, level 30 hits and you're like, oh crap, but you're already invested. And us veterans, like, it will take forever for me to get to, like, level 74. So, like, this I don't even pay attention to anymore. I don't pay attention to my fishing level. I pay attention to what can I get from my fishing. And so eventually I'll hit 74, but it's not something that I'm now grinding after, where in the beginning, hitting level 20, hitting level 40, yeah, the sunk cost fallacy, was, like, something I was chasing. Getting level 60 was something I was chasing because of outfits. And some people do chase level 80 outfits. Like, you have stuff that with ADHD, you were like, I'm going to hyper focus and do this thing. Or you can just be spacey and go collect everything. So I highly suggest trying it out, and then find a group of people to play with, because that's also part of what makes the game good, is the community. And so working together to build stuff. And you don't necessarily even have to interact with those people. You can parallel play. So you could be in the same town as someone, never talk to them, and just have them like going around. And you still get that like kind of like immersed feel like you're playing an MMO. I got the hiccups so bad. But yeah, so it's like one of those things where I can't recommend it enough for just doing things. I say that BitCraft has something for everyone. And everyone comes with an asterisk and a caveat that if you're a PvPer, then this doesn't pertain. Cactus, enjoy your 6 hours. So it has something for everyone in the cozy spectrum. So yeah, if you like designing things, making roads is also really fun, and people want roads designed all the time. It's just there is something for everyone. And like for me, the thing that I latched onto in the very beginning was fishing. Where I'm like, oh, I can get a fishing boat. I can go out and I can fish, and like sailing around, like if that wasn't in the game, I probably wouldn't have touched it. I'd been like, no fishing. I don't know why, because it's all the same motion. You click a button. It's just visually what are you seeing that's different. And so it's just so weird how the human psyche works like that. It's the same function. You're doing the exact same thing. It's just a different picture in front of your face. So, yeah, I've seen people talking about only doing like one specific thing. And they're probably like 80s, 90s now. But that's 6 months of doing that one thing. And I'm like, good for you. I couldn't. I'd get too bored. I would be like, this is too much of a grind. Like, that to me feels like a grind. Getting tier 6 solo does not feel like a grind to me because it's everything. If I can bounce around, perfectly fine. But if I'm like stuck doing this one thing constantly, I'm like, no thank you. I do not want. I watch a few getting started guys and may try when I get paid next. Nice. I was gonna say, if you are willing to wait a bit, they might have a sale. We'll have to see. Like it goes on sale like every couple of months. And so they had the Christmas sale, and then we haven't had a sale for January, so maybe February, March. So yeah. If you were like, I want to try it, and it seems like something that you really want to get into, of course you can like highly support the company. Clockwork are amazing. So it's a small company too. It's 15 people, something like that. So, and they work really hard. In fact, I think 1 or 2 of the employees are currently in this channel. So, they care about the community, and they are definitely worth like supporting. And you can just kind of like, I look at it as like, okay, so right now it's what, $30, I think? More like 30-ish. Oh, nice. Okay. When I first, in the beginning, it sounded like, or someone said it was only like 15, but nice. 30-ish. Expanding, growing. Shoot, train of thought. Like $30. So, or it's cheaper now. I don't know if it's cheaper. I don't know. But, I think $30 is like the max. And so it has no subscription. And I think right now people are saying another 6 months to maybe another year of early access, depending. at least another 6 months. So $30 for 6 months of gameplay. Pretty good. And then at launch, it goes free to play. Sorry. I feel like I'm that cat that smelled something and is just like, that is that is forever going to be my ongoing thing. You got people you don't think of, like, a guy who handles legal stuff. Oh yeah, like the little things, legal stuff, marketing.
Excuse me.
Oh, hi. I'm gonna go poop in the corner. I'm gonna go poop in the corner. That was before we didn't have the ability to delete stuff, so I would literally go drop my litter off in the corner of my house and let it despawn. Now you can delete stuff. So I used to go poop in corners a lot. But yeah, like people have like members of companies that you really like, marketing, legal, probably even like someone who, if you work in an office, like janitorial, stuff like that, but if you're remote, you have people that are just kind of assistants of people to make sure things go right. Like, yeah, the interns almost. HR, if you have someone for HR as well, like all the little intricate roles. You need to take breaks and do other stuff. If I had hunted all the time, I would have been burnt out a long time ago. Yeah, it depends on the, like, the personal willpower. I know Kenzie only did forestry, I think. And I think they got to what, like 60s? But that was like the only thing they did. Can I? Bitcheetah. Again, seeing what people had for breakfast. Kenzie. Oh, level 50. Okay. So they got to level 50 and then 51 carpentry. They started leveling things afterwards, but I think they were part of a group, a streamer group early on. Cast something. It had Brea and someone else. It starts with a C. I can picture it in my head and I can't think of the name. But it was like a streamer group, a city, and they were helping them out. And so, yeah, they only did forestry. It also depends if you're in a group and you can afford to only do one thing, then it doesn't feel as bad because then you get your other needs taken care of. So like if you need tools or if you need something, you can just be like, hey, I need nails for this. And someone else is like, here's your nails. So stuff like that doesn't feel as bad. But if you're only doing one thing as a solo player, then I can understand that being rough. I always forget that the poop in the corner sound, I just, oh, what's the excuse me one? Every time I've used it. That's funny. Excuse me, while I go poop in the corner. There was another redeem that I was, oh, my mwahahaha, my evil laugh from making buckets. And they're going open source respective. Yeah. That's a recent thing. They just announced, I guess, more open access. They had always said that they were going to go open source, but just recently, I guess, they've actually opened the gates. So, I am sweating. I have a shirt on underneath of this. Shirt underneath. I'm going to be right back. There we go. Maybe I won't be so sweaty. The server, thus game logic side of things is open source, but the client itself isn't yet. Okay, so 50%. You have one of the 2 doors open. I'm surprised I haven't gotten a frog yet. I do have one more thing of chum, and then we can go back and get fertilizer. There's also, that's one thing I do. I'm stuck. My blanket was caught on my ankle. That's another thing I really do like about this game is the player agency for a good amount of stuff. Where it gives you multiple options to get to the same outcome, unless it's a very specific thing like nails. But like fertilizer. You can get berries. You can use food waste. You can do fish. I think there's a few other things. But berries and fish are like the most efficient. So like if you like going together, you can get fertilizer that way. If you like fishing, you can get fertilizer that way. There's a few other things that are like that. Catalyst stuff, which require farming. I think farming is just the most diverse in general. Because I'm trying to think if there's anything else that has like you can use multiple things to get to the same outcome. I think it's just farming, actually. It just feels like there's a lot more. Because I think there's just like so many resources. But yeah. I've never once felt like legit bored. Like as a whole. I have felt overwhelmed. That is something that, I mean, any MMO is going to make you feel overwhelmed to some degree or another, probably. So I have felt overwhelmed, but I don't think I've fully felt like, oh my god, I'm so bored of this, because I can just go do something else. So, yeah. It's good. It is definitely good. And it's like a second monitor thing, so you can play it actively if you want. But it's also really good, like if you're working on something, you can sit and fish. Like I've clicked this maybe how many times in the last 5 minutes? And that's what it does. There is a lot of AFK aspect to it. So like my focus usually is stream, and then I am playing this as like the other focus, the sub focus. And so yeah, people make jokes that's even a third monitor game. It depends on what you're doing. There are some things out there that like gathering carvings is very active because they're everywhere and they have very few hit points, and so you're like bouncing between carvings like pretty frequently. Same with hunting. But like fishing, honestly, fishing is probably the most stagnant thing, because it's 15 minutes at a time. You just have to worry about your food and not like starving and then using your stamina. So if you have like a lot going on, maybe consider like ocean fishing or like regular fishing, getting bait and then just fill up a boat and stuff like that. So yeah, so yeah, third monitor. Yeah. I'm working right now to help with the feeling of being overwhelmed. Yeah. I have BitCraft, this chat squeezed together on my second monitor right now. So yeah, third monitor. Yeah. See? Exactly. And that's one thing I like is you can play it full time. You can put it to the side. You can do something that is AFK. There's ways to make it even like more active. Like if you like prospecting and like selling stuff, like there's just so much. There's a whole range of stuff. I know a lot of people really want it to go more AFK oriented. I would like to see it a little bit more active. But if it stays the way it is right now, I would be fine with it. So I just know more horizontal gameplay is in the works. And so they've talked a lot about doing like games, mini games and stuff like that, or talking about adding more prospecting stuff that is you're actually doing something to get an outcome. So, or you can just put it on your third monitor and craft. So it's definitely good to like have for work, or like if you're working from home, don't get too distracted with it. For me personally, if I get like in a craft, so for me, I have this like mentality where if I have like a 20-minute craft, I'll take that 20-minute craft and I'll log into the alt and gather. And then once I have gathered and I'm like, say, turning into fertilizer, that alt now turns into a 20-minute craft. So then the main will go out and gather. So it's constantly bouncing between two things that is keeping active. Or I could just choose to go help someone, because this is an option. You can level by going to open crafting tables and helping people craft said item. So when you saw me crafting earlier, the fertilizer, it was like 20k craft. I could have just left it open and been like, hey, I have this 20k craft. People want to come help. So you can do that and like actually look at it from like BitGita and stuff like that if there's like crafts that are open. And so if you just want to level that way, you can. So there's definitely options. Definitely options. Okay, exactly 30 minutes. Hey, my food worked out perfectly. So at the 15-minute mark. Now I'm gonna close the window. There we go. Window is closed. These are brand new shirts. I just got them this last week because I needed new t-shirts. And it said that it was a thing like higher up, but then every single one of them that I got was a v-neck, and I was like, oh well, guess we're wearing v-necks now. But I think they look weird on stream, having like this weird v-neck and then my microphone. It's just me though. But yeah, because my Twitch shirt that I have, this is the exact same type. My Twitch shirt that has Twitch across it, our v-neck also. I rarely wear them. I usually just wear my like regular t-shirts. I think I might have like a regular t-shirt left. I need to do laundry. Thankfully with streaming. Oh shit. 1 sec. My armrest fell off. Good job. Good job, me. That's funny. It has a button that you can press to get it to come off. And I guess my knee was pressed against the button and the top of my armrest just went flying. Good job. Good job, me. But yeah, going back like earlier, there's more and more things in this game that makes it feel less like a grind, which like, especially going after pets and stuff like that. So going out after outfits can be a little bit of a grind, but going after pets, especially something that's like RNG based, going after rares as well for tiering up, stuff that's RNG based, where it gives you that like little dopamine hit of like, ooh, that's like rare. And so I don't think I've really felt like I've been grinding like levels. I need to, the only time I do that, I feel like that's a grind is with hunting, and I have to go do hunting. Cause it's, oh, hey, it's so low right now. It's 45. So at some point I just need to like tell myself, do it for an hour, and over time it'll get done. And then tailoring as well. This one's a little easier for me to do because like I'm crafting tables or I'm crafting tier up stuff. And so These will eventually get leveled on their own by doing tier up. The hunting, on the other hand, will not. That is something that I will have to go and actually grind through. So, yeah. Everything else, like, has a little bit of something that I'm like, okay, it doesn't feel like a grind. Especially with tier up stuff where you need like 20,000 of something. When you hit like, oh, I got 100 of this. Oh, I hit like 1,000 of this. Like, that to me is like a dopamine hit in itself. It might not be showing on the screen, but knowing that I have completed this project, it feels good. So you get very like rewarding feelings from your time investment. My body didn't want to swallow that. It was like all fizzy. Okay. But yeah, if you have any questions, feel free. I have a guide video that is out. I need to do a new one. Because it was like everything you need to know about BitCraft, and I went through and I clicked like every button in the game. And I just need to make a new one. Because a lot of that was out of, like, the next day, a lot of that stuff was out of date. And so I think doing one like every 6 months is probably good, or every 3 months. Do one every 3 months and like update it. Right now, like Bitcast is good. It's a little long if people just want the data. But we go over every single patch note and we talk about like how it's implemented, how we've interacted with it. I think we're on episode 10 now. They're 2 hours each. The new ones have been like 2.5 hours. So putting it on in the background and listening to it, so you get the information. I think there is a good amount of visual component with it though. So it is a vodcast, instead of a podcast. I'm trying to think if there's like any other. Jamaican Jazz does a lot of really good resources. Shoot, I'm trying to think if there's anything else. There's a lot of gameplay footage, which is good. I'm trying to think if there's an actual like guide. There's a lot of people that have done like, here's my experience with like 100 hours, or I've played for 500 hours, here's my experience. Some of them are good, some of them are not that great. So it just depends. Like if you've already watched some of the people, and you understand what their play style is like, they might not like BitCraft. And so they're gonna, of course, have like more of a negative response to it. So take those with like a cup of salt, or a grain of salt, a cup of sugar, grain of salt, whatever the analogy is. So, but yeah, need to do more like tips and tricks stuff for BitCraft. Tony does his Tony tips, but that's in-game stuff. So if he's online, he'll usually post like Tony tips, or if he's streaming, he'll post Tony tips. At some point, I really want to work with him and getting those out in like a video format, but that's just like really difficult to actually sit down and curate. So yeah. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I really should get on. Oh, that reminds me. I need to put that to-do list down. Okay. Important. Okay. There we go. I have a few things that I need to get done after stream. Okay. I thought I heard cow coming home. When the cows come home. But yeah, so I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I can recommend. Obviously joining, not obviously, but definitely joining the main Discord. I would highly suggest keeping out of the general chats and stuff like that. I use it only for information mainly. So having the announcement channels and stuff like that up and like ping me with alerts. Everything else I mute. I'm trying to think if there's anything, what other recommendations I can put out. I think that's mainly it. And then of course like watching streams and asking questions, like that's super useful. It was really weird. I think a friend had told me about BitCraft going into demo. And I was like, oh, what's this? And like, they were like, oh, it's like cozy adventure. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. And I checked it out and then I was obsessed with it. I played so many hours in the demo. Like it was like a weekend of stuff. And I like crammed, I even started like late, I think. And it was like 3 or 4 days or something. We made a settlement. We crammed as much as we could into like playing those days. Like I slept for like 3 to 4 hours just so I could like play the game. I was obsessed from the start playing BitCraft. It just, it itched. It scratched an itch that I had that was like really good. And especially at the time, like it's really hard to find a good MMO like nowadays. We were talking about that earlier. Because I introduced Cow to Warframe this past weekend. And I was like, I wonder if there's any new MMOs out. And so I was like going through the list, and of course the top 5 being like World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy 14, Old School RuneScape, Guild Wars 2. There was one more. I forget what the 5th one was. But it's like the most popular ones. And I was like, I've already played all of those. And I don't want to like get back into like WoW. I don't like, no thank you. I was like, I could play 14 again. I wouldn't mind playing 14 again. But I was like, Snow Skater, hello, welcome in. Welcome, raiders. Which was funny, I was about to raid you. Hello. How was stream? What were you up to? My main MMO is Where Winds Meet. I've heard so many things about that game being so good. But I've also heard that it's like hyper pay to win. There's that guy did an interview for the 40,000, I think it was $40,000 for a boat. And I'm like, I don't wanna. Also, there's the shout out. Go click on the links, give a follow. Also playing BitCraft. Yeah, it was funny. I'm usually not on this late. I'm usually offline by now. So like I'm an hour and 12 minutes late. That boat is purely cosmetic. Really? Huh. I'm gonna have to check that. It's not my cup of tea. Like the art style and the gameplay is not really my cup of tea. I played Blade and Soul. But I might have to look more into it because the last time someone talked about it, they were like, oh yeah, it's totally pay to win. And like, I have all these things and like, yeah. So I think it might have just been their opinion. I'll have to go like look at more of that. Which game? Where the Winds Meet? Yeah, Where Winds Meet. The gacha outfits in the game are overpriced to let whales show off their credit cards, but as a result, absolutely nothing in the game can be paid to give you an advantage. That's good. That is definitely good. I've played a lot of games that were very pay to win. Arcade, Blade and Soul, Nina Kuni. That one was really toxic because every outfit, like every single thing in that game was, you have to buy it and then it gives you your character stat points. So it made you like buy every single thing in the shop to actually play the game, which sucked. Trying to think if there's Arcade and Blade and Soul were like the big ones that were really anything that's like usually a Korean MMO. But that's good to know that Where Winds Meet is not. Good to know. It has beautiful art. I just don't know if I would particularly enjoy playing for very long, like playing that game for a long time. I might like watch a few things or like dabble in it, but I have heard people say very good things and also pay to win things, but I will go back and check that out. So they might have been talking about the gacha. Probably. Be like, oh yeah, I want this, and because fashion is endgame. Fashion is endgame. Oh, we are done fishing. Back to shore we go. That was quite the fishing adventure. But I also did like Genshin Impact, which is also pay to win, technically. Because if you get, you're only like ruining the game for yourself though, because there's not really any PvP aspect. But when I played Genshin Impact, like having certain characters at like tier 2 was like hyper powerful. And so they started power creeping content that if you didn't have these more powerful characters that you had to spend money on, then you wouldn't be able to like really play the content. And at that point I was like, I'm done. So they like really hyper forced you into pulling for, it was Natlan mainly when Natlan came out, and Hawika and shoot, what was the other mandatory one? Vressa was almost mandatory, but there's a couple other ones. Having Farina was mandatory, but that was Fontaine. There were certain characters where you're like, you really, really, really had to pull for them. If not, your account was not that great. Which sucks that that's the case in a lot of stuff. When the meta is money, yeah. That's the rough part. Because I like a lot of the time for Genshin Impact, they would be like, oh, you can play any character. That's a lie. It's a lie. You can, but like Spiral Abyss, each time that refreshed, it was like the newest character that was on the banner had advantage in the Spiral Abyss, and I'm like, yeah, no, I'm good, thanks. Even though I spent we spent a lot of money in Genshin Impact. I still have my account and I still use it every great once in a while. But yeah, Nod Cry. I like the story. The story of Genshin Impact was so good. And that's what I'd probably go back and do, is like go through the main story quest. But I wouldn't want to do like any of the pool for characters anymore. But I got Veressa, I got Skirk. I actually got really good pulls on Skirk. I have it on my YouTube channel actually. My pulls for Skirk were insane. I got like 4 or 5 stars back to back. Was Skirk the last one that I pulled for? I think Skirk was the last one because that was the start of my stream, and I don't think I've played it since. So I think Skirk was the last person. Yeah, and I really liked her design. And then now it's Columbina, I think. Yeah. Very used to gacha games and pay to wins and all that kind of stuff. Oh, I need to be doing this. I keep forgetting that's something that is time sensitive. Processors. Always do your processors. Because this is something that you can do and then leave sit while you're doing something else. This is how you efficiently play BitCraft. Got to be efficient. Be efficient. Be efficient. I don't know if that's the one I need. Oh, I need a tier 1. Huh? Did I not? Do I not have tier 1 crafting? I guess I don't. Oh, what? Okay, so I guess we need to do tier 1 and tier 2. I would love to have a little craft pad in BitCraft, or even having like a book. Like how Minecraft has like the little books that you can write in. I brought that up a long time ago where I'm like, imagine people writing novels in the game and like giving them to people, and like having a library in your house where you can actually like, kind of like Skyrim, where you pick the books up and you can read them. I'm like, that would be absolutely amazing. It hates me. It legit hates me. It legit absolutely hates me. Also, I put it in here by accident because I need to click that off. This is 3 times in a row that I've gotten only 2. So much for me talking about exponential seeds. It hates me. Oh, of course I forgot water. And fertilizer. Teehee. Fertilizer. I think tier 2 requires water. I'm not sure. It might just be tier 3. But I think it was everything after tier 1. Tier 2. No, it does require water. 2. Man. 30 minutes too. I could have had like 5 of those by now. Actually. Do I do it? I think I do it. I think I do it. Do I have enough fertilizer to do? No. No. Don't sneeze. Yeah, I have more than enough. I can do 100. I'm just gonna craft these and get more higher seeds. It's a way to get higher seeds because like you can craft it via tier 1 and then fertilizer. Wait, it just takes fertilizer? It doesn't take... Should that? I thought that was supposed to take... I thought that was supposed to take water. I guess it's just the fertilizer? That doesn't seem right to me. Unless I'm like always confused it, which is a good case. So yes, always fill up your processors and then do crafts, because then these process while you are crafting. Be efficient. Be efficient. Click to vault. Alright, resume. There we go. Okay. Cow is now home. Let's see where we're going to go. Jazz is playing Hightail. Rami is playing Cult of the Lamb. Eagles Grace is playing Pax Day. Oof. And Ravy is playing Enshrouded. Does anyone have a preference of what they want to watch? Or, let me check BitCraft. Vel is playing BitCraft. So we do have another BitCraft streamer. I don't know how long they're going to be on for. Hi, Shock. Welcome in. I'm just now heading out. I'm doing well. It's a little bit of a longer stream today, except for not really, because I'm only now just hitting 6 hours. I got up late. I was very tired this morning. I forgot to set my alarm. So, yeah. Hi, Shock. Bye, Shock. Yep. It's a high and bye moment. I'm trying to figure out who to raid. I usually raid into just the BitCraft category. If I'm playing BitCraft, to keep it in the category. I guess we can just give it over to Vel, who is currently building a castle. So, can watch construction. It was actually kind of interesting. He's been doing YouTube videos, I think. Yeah. Of his BitCraft journey. Yeah, he does YouTube videos of his like BitCraft journey, which is really cool. 6 months ago, how to cheese a jackal. So he makes some like really pretty like shots when he crafts, and I think he's using that as like footage for stuff. Really cool. But yes, we are gonna go ahead and raid into them. I'm copy the name. There we go. And yeah, of course. If people have any more questions or just want to hang out and chat at some point, also last, we do have a Discord. So you can check that out. We have a whole section for BitCraft, BitCraft, Minecraft, other topics, Warframe, which is the new thing that I've been playing. Pretty much anything that is something that we play on stream usually has a category. Or we can just talk in general and hang out. But yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out. And I know I'm outside my normal time, an hour and a half late. But I hope everyone has had a good day, and I hope you have a good evening or good time zone if you're opposite. Hey, our fish, perfect timing. But I'm going to go ahead and start that raid. That way we can get the ball rolling and say hi to Vel. So yeah, thank you everyone for the love and support, the follows, the raids, the subscriptions, the whole 9 yards. Just even talking and lurking and being here. So thank you very much. I know you can be anywhere else, and I greatly appreciate the fact that you spent your time here with me today. And I will be back tomorrow, and hopefully on time. I will set my alarm. Actually, I'm just gonna set my alarm now. Where is my alarm? There it goes. 9 a.m. Okay, my alarm has been set. Right there. Alarm set. So, hopefully I can get up on time. But, thank you everyone. Thank you for hanging out and the great conversations. I will see you tomorrow. And until then, we're going to go ahead and head over to Vel. Have a good night. Bye everyone.